Hey everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. And I hope you guys already know that we are covering every topic of JavaScript this week. This is the last part of this full course. Till now, we have covered almost everything related to JavaScript, from basic topics like writing a hello world program to advanced level operations like promises, callback functions, and many more. Not only that, but we created some interesting projects in the last part. If you haven't watched all the previous parts yet, then it is highly recommended to go through every part we have covered till now. In this tutorial, which is also the last video in this JavaScript series, we'll cover some more interesting and advanced level JavaScript projects. You can also mention these projects in your resume and you'll definitely stand out from the rest. We'll start this video by creating the most famous Flappy Bird game in JavaScript, followed by another car racing game using JavaScript. We'll create another famous game, the Wordle game, using HTML, CSS along with JavaScript. All the games are famous and interesting to play, but creating those games on your own is a different level of fun. We'll end this video by creating an e-commerce website using every concept of JavaScript we have covered this week. So, are you guys ready to understand how JavaScript is implemented in the real world? But before we begin, make sure that you have subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates on programming videos. So, let's get started.
So in today's video, we'll come across two different types of games. The first one will be the one wherein we'll recreate Flappy Birds using JavaScript. Now many of you guys must have heard about this game already. If not, we have to take a bird through a space between two walls in this particular game. So let me just take you through the game once. And here we are. So this is our game. You can see we have a bird over here. And we have to take this bird through this yellow hole present in between the blue color, right? The yellow holes are random, and if the bird strikes the blue wall or maybe at the bottom of the screen, then the game will over. Fine. So I hope you guys understood what we have to do in this particular game. Now we have to press a key from the keyboard to make the bird jump repeatedly, and we have to make the bird jump so that the bird will go through the hole between the walls without touching the boundaries of the wall. So I hope you guys must have understood the task here. Now let's try to recreate this game again from scratch, and we'll do everything by ourselves. We'll go through the HTML part, we'll go through the JavaScript, and we'll go through the CSS as well. Both HTML and CSS will play a vital role in making this game, along with the JavaScript part obviously. So let's start with the code. We'll go back to VS Code, and here you can see we have a HTML file named flappybird.html. So we'll change the title of this as well. We'll write here, instead of document, we'll write here Flappy Bird. Fine, save it. Now, first of all, we'll take a container for the game to run. So as you can see here, we have a container over here. Fine. So this is our container. Now we have to create this whole container. Now what we'll do for that is we'll go to the body tag and we'll write here div id is, let's say, game, and we'll close this div. Now inside this particular div, we'll create three more div tags. So we'll write here div id is equals to block, or we can write here pipe as well for the wall, or for the pipe we can say. The next we'll write here div id is equals to hole, that is for the hole, and the last one is for the bird. Fine. So we'll write here div id is equals to bird. We'll close this div, and a fundamental task is done here. Now we have a container for the game. We'll put the game inside one single container. The next thing we need in a game is a block which we'll use to create the walls in the game, followed by the hole in the block for the bird to go through it, right? And the last thing is the bird itself. So we'll add an image here for the bird. So let's do some styling for all this that we have written over here. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file. So this is a CSS file, and we'll write here for the whole document, the margin will be 0 by default. Okay, so we'll write here 0, and the padding will be 0 as well. Fine. We are good to go. That's a common thing. The margin and the padding will remain 0 for the whole HTML document. The next thing is to create the background of whole document. So we'll do something creative here, something different from what we did till now. So what we'll do is we'll create the background with two different colors. Now you might be thinking of what these two different colors are. So what we'll do is we'll write here body, and then we'll write here background color. We'll take any background color. Let's say we are taking cadet blue. Fine. Now save it. Save this part as well and open this on live server. So here you can see we have a background. We have the background of a HTML document as cadet blue color. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use two different colors over this background, right? So we'll write here background image, and we'll write here WebKit linear gradient, and we'll write here RGB 175, 75, 75. Then we'll write here RGB. So these are three particular colors. We'll write here 31, 31, 31, and the last one will be RGB 59, 153, 148. Fine. So here we are, and the next thing we'll do is we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Now save it, and you can see here we have three different colors over here. We'll go to our CSS file, and you can see this WebKit linear gradient over here is unknown to us, right? So CSS gradients let us display smooth transitions between two or more specified colors. So we can do it radially or linearly. Now let's see the difference, and you can spot the difference here in the output. We have three different colors over here. We have red, black, and a little bit of gray in between, right? So let's move on to the first container, and we'll create the game area now. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game area. So what we'll do is we'll access the div tag with ID as game, and let's start working on this div tag and we'll understand it much better. So we'll write here game, and we'll write here next up height of this container will be, let's say, 500 pixels. Width is, let's say, 400 pixels. So guys, remember this height and width, we'll need them later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here border, and the border will be 1 pixel solid black in color. Fine. And we'll add a background image as well. We'll write here background image, or we'll write here background only. We'll write a URL, and inside this we'll write fine. Save it now, and you can see here we have a container over here. Now it's not working. It says there's no such image present in a folder. So what we'll do is we'll check it from here. Here we are. We have bg2 over here, not bg1. So we'll write here bg2.jpg. Save it now and move back to the browser. And here you can see we have an image over here. So it's not quite visible till now. So what we'll do is we'll write here background size as cover. Fine. Save it now. And here you can see we have an image over here. Now the image looks fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll write margin, and we'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem and auto. Fine, save it now. You can see we have the block in between. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the overflow property here, and it will not show the bird going out of the box. So we'll see it in a moment what this overflow property will do. So what we'll do is we'll write here overflow is equals to hidden. Save it now. You can see it's not making any difference as of now, but we'll understand it later. Now we have a box over here on the browser, and the game will be played inside this particular box. Now we have to work on the div for the block. So we have to create a block, and that block will move again and again through the screen with holes present at a random place every time. Fine, I hope you guys got it. So let's style the block now. What we'll do is we'll go to a CSS file and we'll write here hash block. Fine, so this is the ID for the block. Now inside this we'll use width as 50 pixels. Then we have height. So the height will be 500 pixels, equal to the height of the whole container. The next thing we'll write here is background color, and the background color will be, let's say, blue. Fine. We'll write here position as relative, and then we'll write here left 400 pixels. Fine. Now we know that after saving this piece of code, the block will not be visible anymore. So why is it not visible? It's a question, right? It arises in every person's mind. Save it, and here you can see the block is yet not visible. Now what we have to do is we have to set the left property as 200. Let's try to do it 200 once. So what we'll do is we'll write here 200 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see we have a block over our screen. Now the value of left property as 200 means the block is present to 200 pixels from the rightmost corner of the container. If we write here 400 and save it, you can see we don't have any block here. It means that the block is present right after this entire container. The block starts here and goes till here. It's a 50 pixels wide block, and it's not visible because we have set the left property as 400. So now the next thing we have to do is we need some animation over this box, right? Or we can say we need some animation over this block, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here animation, and we'll write here block. We have to perform it on a block, and the animation time will be 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and it will go till infinite. Fine. Now this animation property will help us in moving the box again and again after every 2 seconds. And the moving points we have to define here. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here @keyframes. After this we'll write here block, and inside this we'll write 0%. Left will be 400 pixels, and at 100% animation, what we'll do is we'll set the left property as -50 pixels. Fine. Now you guys might be wondering what we are doing here, but this keyframe here is a rule that specifies the animation code, and it will help the block move again and again from 400 pixel in the right to -50 pixels in the left. Fine, save it, and we'll go to the browser. You can see the box is moving again and again after every 2 seconds or 2 milliseconds. Now the next thing we have to do is with the hole in the block. So we have to put a hole here in the block, and for that we have to access another div with ID as hole. Fine. So we'll move to a CSS file and we'll access that particular element with ID is whole. So we'll write here hash whole, and inside this we'll write height of the whole will be 150 pixels less than that of the block. Width will be 50 pixels, same as the block. And then we'll write here background color. Fine, so let's say the background color is yellow. This is for practical purpose. You can change it by yourself. The next thing we'll write here is position. Position will be relative. Left will be 400 pixels and top will be minus 500 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here animation. Again we'll write here block. We'll write here 2 seconds. We'll write here linear. And we'll write here infinite. Fine. Now this whole will also go with the same animations as the block. Save it and open the browser, and here you can see the whole is not properly over the block. They are both at different locations. So we can try to refresh this code, and here you can see the whole is now present at the top of the block. So here is the whole. This yellow part represents the whole for this particular game. Now it is working totally fine. And this is an empty space. To make this whole randomly come anywhere in the block, we have to do some magic with JavaScript for that. So we'll do it later in this video. Now if the whole is not placed over the block in your code, don't worry, just refresh the code, or we can say just refresh the home page. It will be fine, or if not, it will get fine once we go through the JavaScript part. That's not a major deal. So let's move on to the bird now. What we'll do is we'll add an image to our HTML file for the bird. So we'll write here inside the HTML file, we'll write here where the ID is bird, we'll write here img. Okay, we have we'll write here src is equals to bird 1.png. So let me check if this file exists in our system or not. So here we are, we have bird.png, not bird1.png. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt as bird. We'll close this img tag, save it, open the browser, and you can see the bird is not visible as of now. To make this image visible, we have to work on the styling. So we'll access this image with the ID bird. What we'll do is we'll go to the CSS file again, and we'll write here hash bird. The next thing we'll write here is position. So position will be fixed, and top of bird will be 100 pixels. Then we have height as 50 pixels and width will also be 50 pixels. Fine. We'll do the same for image tag as well. So we'll write here bird img, and inside this we'll write height as 50 pixels, and we'll write here width, fine, as 50 pixels. Fine. Now save it, and if we open the browser now, you can see we have a bird in our game now. We are halfway done in making our game, and we haven't used any JavaScript until now, right? That's quite funny. So we'll use JavaScript now. Let's move on to the JavaScript part. We'll go to the JavaScript file first. Now, first of all, we'll access every element of a JavaScript file that we can access. So we'll use the getElementById method to access every element of a HTML file. What we'll do is we'll write here where hole. So hole is the ID of hole present in the block. So we can access that div tag here. We'll write here document dot get element by ID, and we'll write here hole. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here where game is equal to document dot get element by ID. The ID will be game. Fine. So for now we need to access these two elements only. We'll add some more elements later and then we'll access them. So for now let's focus on these two only. Next up, we need the hole to be placed in random places in the block every time. For that we need an event listener. So we'll create a function that will change the location of this hole every time. It will change the location on every iteration of the block. Fine. So we'll write here hole dot add event listener, and we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a event listener, and we'll write here a function name. So let's say we are writing here ran hole. Fine. So this is a function. It's random hole. So we'll write here ran hole. Now we'll declare this function as well. We'll write here function ran hole, and inside of this function we'll take a variable random, let's say. So this is a variable. We'll write here minus math.random. So this is a function, and we'll multiply this value by 350. So this means that it will take any random value between 0 and 350. Fine. And then what we'll do is we'll add 150 to that particular value, and the whole value will be changed to minus. We'll see it in a moment why we are doing so. So the next thing we'll write here is whole dot style dot left. Now whole dot style dot top is equals to random plus pixels. Fine. I hope you guys got it till now. So this math.random function will pick any random value between 0 to 350, and 150 will be added to that particular value because we don't want the value to go down as low as 10, and the hole will go out of the container's borders. So the initial value of the hole was, let's check it out. So here we are in a CSS file. So you can see the initial value of hole was minus 500 pixels for top. Fine. So the new value will be random plus pixels. The value was 500 because we wanted the hole at the top of the block, and now it will take any random value and the hole will be placed according to that particular random value. So let's save it, open the browser, and here you can see the hole is moving randomly now. You can see it was initially present at the top. Now it is at the bottom here. So it will change the location randomly according to the random number picked up by the math.random function. So let's get back to the JavaScript part. Now, before we move on to the fall and game over function, let's discuss the game over scenario first, and we'll finish out all the necessary HTML and CSS tasks for the game over. So the game will be over when the bird strikes the pole, or either the bird falls down to the ground. On game over, the score will be shown on the screen with a restart button, right? So the score will be counted on the basis of blocks passed by the birds. Now the number of blocks passed will be the final score. So we'll take a variable score and increase the value of this score variable with each random block coming through. So we'll take a variable score and we'll write here where score is equals to 0. The initial value will be 0. So let's do the HTML part, wherein we'll use a div tag to print the result on the screen. What we'll do is we'll go to the HTML file, and here what we'll do is we'll write here after this particular div tag, we'll write div id is equals to result, and here we have another div tag present over here. Now inside this div tag we'll use a h1 tag and we'll write here game over. Fine. Next thing we'll do here is we'll use p tag with id as, let's say, text. Fine. We'll close the p tag here, or the paragraph tag we can say. Now we need a button. So we'll write here button id is equals to btn. We'll write here on click is equals to location dot reload, and we'll write here restart. Fine. Now the HTML part is done. The paragraph tag with id as text will be used to print the score on the scoreboard. Now this location.reload method is used to reload the whole web page. On clicking the start button, the entire page will be reloaded and the game will start again. Fine. We'll use CSS to style all of this game over part. So we'll go to the CSS file, and here's the CSS file. Now we'll write here hash result. We are accessing the div tag with id as a result. So the height will be, let's say, 200 pixels for result, and the width is, let's say, 500 pixels. Fine. So if I show you once again, so here is the block for game over scenario. So the height is 200 pixels and the width is 500 pixels. Basically we need to create a card, right? Or we can say a rectangle. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here background color is, let's say, brown. Margin will be 5 rem auto. So margin top will be 5 rem and then it will do it automatically. Then we'll write here border. So border will be 2 pixels solid and the color will be white. Fine. We'll write here border radius. So the border radius will be, let's say, 20 pixels. We want rounded borders, and the display will be none. Fine. The last thing we'll do is we'll write here text align as center. It will align the text in the center, and the next thing we are left with is the button. Fine. So we'll write here hash btn, because the id of button element is btn. So we'll write here padding 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Fine. The border will be none because we don't need any border for this button. We of course want the button to be round from the corners, so we'll write here border radius is 11 pixels. Background color is green. Color is white. Font size is 1.5 rem. We'll write here text transform uppercase. We'll write here margin top 1 rem. So guys, you can see we are using this rem again and again. So I might wonder that if any one of you knows the exact definition of this word rem. If yes, then do let us know in the comments below, and let's see how many of you guys know the actual definition of this term. So the last thing we'll do is we'll write here cursor is equals to pointer, and we are good to go. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here hash text margin top will be 1 rem and font size will be 2 rem. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll write here color is seashell. So this will be the color of our text. So we are now totally done with the HTML and CSS part. The only thing remaining now is the JavaScript part, and we have to work on that only. So just a few more if-else statements and all, and we are done with the game. Now moving back to the JavaScript part, but before we go there, let me just show you how this works. Save it and go to the browser. So this is our game, and you can't see any game over scenario here, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to go here in result and we have to comment this particular statement. Fine. Display as none, we have to comment out this statement. Save it now. And it's not working now as well. Okay, here's a mistake in this div tag. What we did wrong here is, so this was a mistake. Save it now. And now here you can see we have a card for game over here. And if you click on this restart button, you can see the page is reloading again and again. So it's working totally fine. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll remove this. Fine. Save it now. And let's go back to the JavaScript part. Now we'll access two more HTML elements that we just created. So what we'll do is we'll write here where result is equals document dot get element by ID, and the ID is a result. Fine. And then finally we'll write here where text is equals to document dot get element by ID, and the ID is text. Fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where jumping is equals to 0. We'll take another variable for the bird to jump. Now we'll need all these elements further in the video. Now we have to create functions for falling, and we have to mention the conditions for game over as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this ranHole function, we'll write here where fall is equals to set interval. We'll set an interval. So we'll write here function, and then we have the body of this function. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll write here window dot get computed style, and we'll pass bird here. Then we'll write here dot get property value, and the property value will be top. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here if jumping is equals to 0, the body of if statement, we'll write here bird dot style dot top is equals to bird top plus 2. After this we'll make them in pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the time in milliseconds here, so we'll write here 10, and we are good to go. So here in this function we are using the top value provided to the bird. So we have used these two functions, window.getComputedStyle and getPropertyValue, to get the elements style property with ID as bird, and the top value we need will be passed to the following function. The value of jumping is 0, so the style.top will be set to bird top plus 2 pixels. Now the initial value was 100 pixels from the top, and 2 pixels will be added to the value after every 10 milliseconds now. Save it, and here you can see a bird will fall eventually. Fine. So what's happening here is 2 pixels will be added to this value of top after every 10 milliseconds now. Fine. Now we have to define those conditions here, wherein we'll check if the bird touches the ground, then game over. For that, we have to write inside the same function only. So we'll move back to a function and we'll write inside this particular function only. We'll write here where block left will take the left value of block, and we'll write here % window dot get computed style. So we need the computed style for block now, and we'll write here dot get property value. Fine. So we'll write here left because we need the left value, and the value will be stored inside block left, and then we have where whole top. Fine. We'll write here % window dot get computed style. We'll write here whole, and then we'll write here get property value, and we'll write here top. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where htop. So this is another variable. So the value of htop will be 500 plus whole top. So any value returned to the whole top variable will be added to 500, and that value will be assigned to htop variable. Fine. Now we have to write here conditions. So the conditions will be if bird top is greater than 450 or block left. So we have made a mistake here. We have to put one more bracket over here, and then we'll write here block left is less than 50, and then we'll write here block left greater than -50. Then we have bird top is less than htop, or bird top is greater than htop plus 100. Fine. I'll explain it to you in a moment. Now what we have to do is we have to write here result dot style dot display. We have to change this style to block now, which was none till now. So then we'll write here text dot inner text is equals to your final score is colon, we'll use here $, and then we'll print the score here. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here game dot style dot display is equals to none, which was block until now. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to change the value of score to 0 again, so that the game will restart from 0. Now let me explain this to you guys. So we have to write here bird top first, not bird yop. So now if bird top is greater than 450 means that the bird is touching the ground, or we can say the bottom part of the container. Now you can get all these values correct by going through the inspect elements, and I hope you guys already know how to use it in JavaScript to get the exact values in pixels. So I want you guys to check it, to cross check it once if it's fine or not. Now if the block left is less than 50 and greater than -50 means if the bird is colliding with the block or not, and the bird top is less than htop means the bird is hitting with the top of the block, or the bottom of the hole, we can say. The last one is for the bird to collide from the upper part of the block. Now in all these cases, the result box will appear and the style of the result box will be blocked. The paragraph tag with IDS text will show the score here and the game.style will change to none. Now the game will disappear and the game over scenario will come forward. Now score will be again 0, as if the user wants to restart the game, then he can restart it from 0 again. So save it once and let's see if it's working or not. Save it and go to the browser, close it. Okay, you can see it's working totally fine, but it says your final score is $score. So we have made a mistake over here. Now what we'll do is we'll go back here and we'll check what's wrong here. Fine. Okay, the mistake here is of single inverted comma. Instead of single inverted comma, we have to put this sign over here. Now save it, go back to the browser, restart the game, and you can see it's working totally fine. It says your final score is 0. Restart it again and here you can see it's working totally fine. Now we are left with only one thing, and that thing is quite easy. So what we have to do now is we have to make the bird jump on button press. So we have to create one last function for this event. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this window dot add event listener. We'll add an event key down and then we'll write here hop. So hop will be a function. Hop is basically a synonym for jump as well. So we'll define this hop function now. We'll write here function hop and then we have the body of this function. So jumping will set to 1 on calling this function, and we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll again write here window dot get computed style, and the style will get from bird, and the property we want is top. Fine. Now we'll write here if bird top is greater than 6, then we'll write here bird dot style dot top minus 60. Fine. Okay, so we'll write here is equals to bird top minus 60. So we'll put all this inside a bracket and we'll convert it to pixels. So for that we have to write here pixels inside double inverted comma. Fine. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here set timeout, and we have to create an anonymous function over here. So we'll write here function and we'll again set the value of jumping to 0 after every 100 milliseconds. Fine. So every time a key is pressed, the hop function will be called and the value of jumping will change to 1. It will again take the bird top value and check if the value of bird top is greater than 6. And if yes, then subtract 60 from it and save it inside the top of the bird. Then again, the bird will try to go down after every 100 milliseconds, but the bird will also go up by 60 pixels on each button press. Right. Now save it and our game is ready. So we are done with creating the game. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the browser and we'll restart the game. So here you can see our bird is jumping and we can take the bird from the holes. So here you can see we have a bird and it's working fine. So we have to take the bird through these holes. So here you can see it says your final score is 0 every time. Fine. So let's check out for this ones. Okay, so we have forgot to mention here score plus plus. Now save it. Go back to the browser. Now we'll play this game again once. So we have to take this bird through these gaps in between the blocks. See how long it goes. So here you can see it says your final score is 5, and then again the value of score is set to 0 after some time. That's because if the person want to restart the game, then the value of score will be 0 for that restart. Now here you guys just saw me playing this exciting game, and I want you guys to try it. It's fun and you'll enjoy the game more after creating it by yourself. So we are done with our first JavaScript game. Today we'll create a car game in which we have to save a car from obstacles coming towards our vehicle. I don't know the exact name for this game, but let me give you an overview of this game real quick. So here's the game you can see over the screen, wherein we have a red car on the road and we have to protect this car by moving to the left or right. All we have to do is to protect this red car from collision with the blue one. Now, I know the graphics for these games are not too much appealing, but if you want to make a high-end graphics game, then JavaScript is not the only language you can use. We have to use many different JS libraries and maybe several other programming languages along with JavaScript to achieve this task. So let's focus on these small games for now, and we'll go ahead step by step. Now, in this particular game, if you see here, we have 3 images. One is of red car, the other one is of blue car, and a road behind them, right? So let's move on to the programming part directly. And most of the parts will remain the same like that of Flappy Birds. Let's move on to VS Code. So here is our game. This is the HTML file, and then we have a CSS file and a JavaScript file for this game. Now, what we'll do first is we'll create a div tag. We have to protect a block, right? We have to move the container either to the left or to the right. So for that we have to create div tags. So first of all, we'll write here div. We'll take this particular div tag for the game, and we'll write here another div with id as game. Fine. Now we have 2 div tags over here. Now what we'll do first is we'll add images for red car and for blue car. Right, so what we'll do is we'll take 2 div tags and we'll write here id as blue car for the blue car, and then we'll write here img src. The source will be blue.png. So we have a file named blue.png which is actually an image, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt. So the alternate will be blue car. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code and we'll do the same for red vehicle as well. So instead of blue car, we'll name the ID as red car. The image source we have in a computer is red.png, and alternate will be red car. Fine. Now we have added the 2 cars to our div tag, or we can say to a HTML file. Save it. Go to the browser. So this is our document. You can see here we have a blue car and we have a red car. You can see we have both images over here, but the size is different. The blue car looks big and the red one is pretty small, right? Not to worry, we'll figure it out in the CSS part. So let's do the rest of the HTML part here. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file again. And now one thing you might have noticed in the game here is on collision, we are getting a card for game over. So we have to create this div tag as well. So let's finish the HTML part first. What we'll do is we'll write here div again, and this time the ID will be result. So we are preparing for the game over part, right? Now what we'll do is we'll write here h1 heading. So inside h1 we'll write game over. So let me show you why we are doing this. So if you can see here on collision we have game over, right? So game over we have to write here. Now what we'll do is we'll write here game over like this. The next thing we need is the score. So what we'll do is we'll write here p So we'll use the paragraph tag. The ID will be score, and the score will do in JavaScript part. Now what we have to do is we have to add the restart button as well. So for that we'll write here button ID is equals to, let's say, btn, and we'll use the on click event. So on click we'll write here location dot reload. We'll call this function. So this is a built-in function in JavaScript. What this function will do is it will refresh the whole page. Fine, the game will start again. So we have added another div tag for the score here. We have a heading game over and a paragraph with ID as score, and then we have a button to reload the web page. Now let's style these elements and make them look like a game. So what we'll do is we'll move to the CSS file. Now here's a CSS file. We'll first write here some code for the whole HTML document. So for inside this we'll define margin, and the default margin will be 0. Similarly we'll define padding as well. So the default padding will also be 0. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here some code for the body. Fine. Here what we'll do is we'll use two colors at a specific angle of 45 degrees. We have already been through the WebKit linear gradient property in the previous game, which is Flappy Bird. So what we'll do is we'll write here, let's take a background color. Let's say the background color is this kind of sky blue. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll take a background image, and inside this we'll write WebKit linear gradient. We have already been through this in the previous game. So we'll write here 45 degree. This is the angle, and then we'll define two colors here. So our two colors will be gray, and the next one will also be gray but a little bit different from this one. So we'll write here 45%. It will take 45% of the screen, and then we'll write here hash. So this is the code for dark gray color, and it will take the rest 55% of the screen. Fine, save it for now. Go to the web browser. So you can see here we have two different colors present over here in a web browser. The colors are divided at an angle of 45 degree. What we can do here is we can write here 50-50 instead for both the colors. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see, you can clearly spot the difference here. So here you can see these two colors are different now. We'll leave it here. You can do this thing as you wish. So moving ahead, we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Fine, save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see we have a background color set for this particular web page. Now, so after the body tag, we'll do some styling for the game container. So here you can see we have the ID as game for the first div tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here game. We'll write some properties here. We'll write here height. So the height will be 500 pixels. Then we'll write here width. The width of the box is, let's say, 300 pixels. And the border will also define. So the border will be black, and the border will be 1 pixel thick, solid, and black in color. Fine, save it. You can see over here. So we can't see anything for now. So let's style this first completely. What we'll do is we'll write here margin. So the margin will be 1 rem. Auto. Now right here we'll write background image. So the background image is the one we already have in a folder. The name for that image is road1.png. Now we'll write here background size. So we'll write here contain to fit this image inside the container, and we'll write here overflow as hidden. Fine, save it, move to the browser, and here you can see now we have a div tag present over here. We have a container over here, and we have the blue image only for now. Now what we'll do next is we'll style these images as well. So first we'll do the same for blue car. We'll write here blue car, and inside this we'll write height as 100 pixels, width will be 130 pixels. So there's a specific reason behind writing this 130 pixel. We'll understand it later. Now the background color for this car will be, let's say, blue for the blue one, and we'll write here position. So the position will be relative. Next up we'll write here top. Top will be 0 pixels. So remember the value for these properties. We'll need them later in the JavaScript part. Now what we'll do next is we'll write here left as 0 pixels. Now next up we'll write here text align as center, and animation. So this animation we have already been through it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here move. After 1 second the animation should be linear and it should be infinite. Fine. Now this animation we have to define, but before that we'll write here blue car img. So here what we'll do is we'll define the height of image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Now save this, go to the browser, and here you can see we have a blue car present at the top left corner of a container. Now what we'll do is we'll define the animation for this particular div tag, right? So here is a car present at the top left corner. So what we'll do is we'll move this box to the middle of the screen. So we have already done it, I guess, but there is some mistake. So here you can see we have given space between one rem. Save it now. And here you can see we have a box present at the center of a screen. Now we are good to go. Next up we'll define the animation. So we'll write here @keyframe, and instead of identifier, the identifier we have here is move. Fine. So inside this we'll write here 0%. At 0% the top will be 0. Fine. 0 pixels. And at 100% the top will be 501 pixels. Fine. Now one thing to notice here is the total height of the container is 500 pixels and the animation will go till 501 pixels. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see the car is still not moving. So we have made a mistake here. So here's a mistake. We have to write here move only. Save it now. And here you can see the animation is going swiftly now. So the car starts from 0 pixel and goes till 501 pixel. So it will happen infinitely because we have used a infinite inside the animation property. What we'll do next is we'll do the same for red car as well. Fine. So here you can see we have a red car. The ID is red car for this. So what we'll do is we'll write here #red car, and we'll start styling this red car as well. The height will remain the same. The height will be 100 pixels, and then we have the width. The width will be 130 pixels for this car as well. The background color will be red because the car color is also red. Position will be relative for this as well. The top will be 250 pixels, let's say, and the left will be 130 pixels. Fine. Now what we are doing here is we are taking the left as 130 pixels. Why so? Because what we want is we want the car to be present at 130 pixels away from the left corner of the box. So that's why we have written 130 pixels over here inside the left property. Now the next thing we'll write here is text align, and text align will be center. Fine. We'll do the same thing for red car as well here. We'll write here red car img. We have to write here hash as well. Now inside this we'll define the height of this image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Save it now. Go to the browser, and here you can see we have a red and blue car over here. Now the box seems to be a little bit less wide for these two cars. So what we'll do is we'll write the width here as 390 pixels so that it will be divided equally in 3 parts. Save it now. And here you can see now this box looks totally fine. We have a red car present in the center. We can move it to the left and to the right. So we are done with styling these 3 images. Next up, we have to style the result part as well, right? So here you can see in this particular game, we have a card over here with a different background. The game over color is white and this color is gray, I guess. The button color is black and the restart color is sky blue. Fine. So we have to keep all these things in mind. We have to style this box as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here result, and inside this we'll write height. Height will be 200 pixels for this box. Then we'll write here width, and width will be 400 pixels. So we want a rectangle for this. Next up we'll write here background color. So let's define the RGB value. The RGB value for this particular color is 231, 105, 105. That's because we want to make the exact same game. So that's why we are using the RGB values here. Save it now. Move to the browser. And here you can see we have the game over card over here. And the game over color is black and the card color is pinkish, we can say. Now we'll move to a CSS file. We'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem auto. Next up we'll write here border radius. So we want the box to be a little bit round from the edges. So for that we'll write here border radius as 20 pixels. And then we have font size as 30 pixels for game over. Then we'll write here text align. We want to align the text at the center of this box. Game over color will be white. Fine. So we'll write here white, and we are done with it. Save it. And here you can see we have a box over here. We have a game over card over here. Now what we want is we want to hide this thing, right? So for that we have to write here display as none. Save it now. And you can see we don't have this game over box over here anymore. Now moving back to our CSS file, what we'll do is we'll remove this particular statement for now. Save it. And here's our box again. We'll add this property later. So for now what we'll do is we'll write here score. Now what we have to do is we have to write here font size as 2.2 rem. I hope you guys must have searched for the rem keyword. Now we'll discuss this keyword again in the next video. So for now we'll write here color, and the color will be, let's say, take any color of your choice. So we'll write here gray, or we can say let's take goldenrod. I don't know which color is it, but let's take it once. Save it. And you are not getting anything over here because we haven't defined it yet. So we'll see it later. Now the last thing we have to do here is with the button, right? So we'll use the button ID for that. We'll write here btn, and inside this we'll write padding. So padding will be 0.5 rem and 1 rem for left. Now we'll write here border radius for this button is 20 pixels because the button is a little bit round at the corners. Next up we'll write here border is none. We don't need any border for this particular button. Then we'll write here background color is, let's say, black. We'll write here the color is, which color we should take? Let's take this one. Now we'll write here margin top. So let's say the margin top will be 10 pixels. Next up we'll write here cursor. So cursor will be pointer. Fine. Cursor will change to pointer on taking it over the restart button. we'll write here text transform. We want to transform this text to uppercase. Fine, save it now, move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a game over here, but this tag is not working for now. So let's see what's wrong here. Okay, so we have to write here restart, save it now, and here you can see we have a button over here. We have a restart button over here. The button looks a little bit small. So what we have to do is we have to do some styling change here. We'll take, let's say, the font size. So we'll write here font size is, let's say, 25 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see the button is quite right now. So we are done with it. What we'll do is we'll add the display property here. We'll write here display none, save it, and the box is gone. Fine. Now we are done with the CSS part as well. Now we have to make this game responsive only. That will do with the help of JavaScript. So let's move on to the JavaScript file first. Here's a JavaScript file. Now we'll access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript file because we need them. So what we'll do is we'll write here where blue car is equals to document dot get element by ID. So the ID for blue car is blue car. We'll write here where red car document dot get element by ID. So the ID is red car for the red one. Next up, we'll write here where a result. We'll get result as well. We'll write here document dot get element by ID, and inside this we'll write a result. Fine. We are accessing all the elements with the help of get element by ID method. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where score. So the score will write here document dot get element by ID, and again we'll write here score. Then we'll write here where game document dot get element by ID. The ID for game is game. Fine. We'll take another variable here. Let's say the variable name is variable counter to count the number of cars passing through the red one to get the final score basically. So we'll initialize the value as 0 for this counter variable. Now the next thing we have to do is to make the blue car move randomly in 3 positions, right? For that we'll use math.random function again. We have used this function previously in the Flappy Birds game. So we'll write here blue car dot add event listener. We'll add an event. So we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a predefined event listener in JavaScript. So for this we'll create a function here. We'll write here function, and we'll define the function as well. Fine. So we'll take a variable, let's say random, and we'll write here math dot floor math dot random. So this is a predefined function in JavaScript. We'll write here into 3, and right here we'll write 130. Fine. Why 130? Because 130 is the default width which we have taken in our CSS file. So we'll write here blue car dot style dot left is equals to the value of random in pixels. Fine. Then we'll increase the value of counter after every car passes through, after every blue car passes through the red one. Save it and move to the browser. You can see the blue car has 3 positions over here. It can either come from the left, right, or from the center. Any random number from these 3 numbers will get multiplied to 130. So we have 3 positions only. Any random position, let's say the position is 1, it means that the car is present at the left. So that particular number will be multiplied with 130, and the left value of the blue car will change to that particular number. The logic is simple. If the number randomly taken is 2, then the random value will become 260 in that case, and the blue car will have a distance of 260 pixels from the left side of the container. So this was the reason behind taking the width of container as 390. I hope you guys can relate to it now. So let's move ahead and write the code for moving the red car as well. So you can see the red car is not moving as of now. We'll make it move. So let's write the code for that as well. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here window.add event listener. We'll add an event here. We'll write here key down and we'll define a function here. Fine. So we'll take a parameter inside this function. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if e.keyCode is equals to 39, then what will happen is we'll take a variable where red car left is equals to, we'll write here %, window dot get computed style. We'll get the computed style of red car and we'll write here get property value. Fine. We'll take the property value here as well. We'll take the left value. So we'll write here left and we'll write here if red car left is less than 260 pixels, then red car dot style dot left will change to red car left plus 130 and the value will change to pixels as well. Fine. Now we'll write the code for another key as well. So we have to add two keys over here. What we'll do is we'll write here if e.keyCode is equals to 37. This key code over here represents the left and the right arrow key of our keyboard. So that's why we are using here key code as 37 and 39. 39 is the default key code for the right arrow key and 37 is for the left arrow key. So what we'll do here is we'll write here where red car left is equals to %. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. This will remain the same. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if red car left is greater than 0, then it will change the style. So we'll write here this, and here what we'll do is we'll change the value of red car to red car left minus 130 pixels. So we are moving the car to the left or to the right. Fine. Now we are done with it. Now save it and move to the browser. And now here you can see we are able to move the red car to the left or to the right as well. Fine. Now we are good to go. So the next thing we have to do is to write the code for collision of these two cars, or we can say the function for game over as well. Fine. So let's head back to our JavaScript file and we'll create another function over here. So what we'll do is we'll take certain values and pass them through some conditions. If any of the requirements fail, then the game is over. The logic is simple. Let's implement this logic. So what we'll do is we'll write here set interval. So we'll use the set interval method and we'll write here function. So let's say the function name is game over. We'll now define the body of this function. Now let's discuss some things. What we need is we need the top property of blue car, we need the left property of blue car, and then we need the left property of a red car. Fine, so we'll take three variables. We'll write here where blue car top, then we'll take where blue car left, and then we'll take where red car left. Fine, so we have these three variables over here. Now what we'll do is we'll get these values first. So we'll again use the getComputedStyle property and the get property value. We'll write here parseInt, and inside this we'll write window dot getComputedStyle. So the computed style is of the blue car. Then we'll write here get property value. We'll write here top because we need the top value. We'll do the same thing for blue car left and for red car left. Fine, so we'll change the values here. We'll write here left for the blue car left, and we'll write here left for the red car. Fine, we are good to go. We have these three variables and we have the properties, right? We have the value of these particular properties. Now we'll write here certain conditions. We'll use the if statement again. We'll write here if blue car left is equals to red car left. Let's replace this left with a capital L. And we'll write here and then blue car top is greater than 250 and blue car top is also less than 450. So we need the blue car in between 250 and 450 for collision, right? What we'll do is we'll write here result dot style dot display. So we'll change the display property of a result element. We'll write here is equals to block. Now we need a game over card over the game, and we'll also change the display property of game as well. We'll write here game dot style dot display as none. Fine, we don't want the game for this. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here score. So for that we'll write here score dot inner HTML is equals to, let's say it says your score is, and we'll write here dollar. We have a variable counter, right? We'll print the value of counter here. Fine. Now there is an error over here, you can see. So what we have to do is we have to put them inside this. We'll not use the double inverted commas. We'll use this instead. And you can see the error over here is gone now. So we are good to go. Now after that we'll change the value of counter to 0 again. In case the user wants to restart the game, the value of counter will start from 0 again. Now we want to call this function after a certain interval of time. So we'll write here 10 and we are good to go. So the set interval method will be called after 10 milliseconds. Now the same thing we did for Flappy Birds as well. So some conditions here are almost same and the output is also the same as we had for Flappy Birds. Now save it, and you can see on the browser that our game is completely fine now. It's working totally fine. So we can play this game. Now let's play it once. So here you can see we can move our red car and the blue car is coming randomly from any of the three directions. It means that it can either come from the left or from the center or from the right. Fine. On collision, you can see it shows that the game is over and the score is 13. Now on clicking the restart button, we can restart the game, the page reloads again, and it's working totally fine now. We have to create this particular game and we can see that the game is completely done. We can play this game anytime and it's fun as well, of course. So we can do certain things with the graphics as well. I want you guys to do that thing and let us know in the comments below what else can we do to make this game more appealing to the user.
Before we move on to the programming part, let's discuss what a Wordle game is. The Wordle is a popular 5-letter word guessing game that has become popular in the last couple of months. The game was actually designed by a software engineer as a gift for his partner, but with time, the game gained popularity. And now everyone on social media is talking about this game only. The rules for this game are simple. The game tells you if the letters you picked are in the word and if they are in the right place as well. If the letter is in the right spot, it shows up green, and the correct letter in the wrong spot shows up yellow. A letter that isn't present in the word at all shows up gray in color. So let's go through the game once and you guys will understand it much better. Here we are in the browser. You can see we have blocks over here and a keyboard present beneath them. We have 6 rows over here and each row contains 5 columns for each letter of the word. The task is simple. We have only one correct word. If we write something on the first row, the system will check for all the letters. If a letter is present at the correct place, then the color of that particular letter will change to green. For example, if we write here river and press enter key, you can see all the words or all the letters of this word change to green. This means that none of these letters are present in the word. So let's try another word. We'll write here apple, press the enter key, and you can see A is correct but present at the wrong spot. Let's try some more now. We'll write here, let's say Tokyo. Fine. Click on enter and you can see O is also correct and the last word is O. Now we have two letters of the word. We have A and O. O is present at the last and A is present in the word. So let's think of any word which is like this. The word coming in my mind right now is, let's try mango over here. So we'll write here mango. Click on enter and you can see mango is the correct word for this Wordle game. Fine. We can get any random word from the word list we have in a JavaScript part. So we'll discuss about it later on. So I hope you guys got what this game is. So let's move again to the programming part now. So here we are in the HTML part. Now the task is to create this whole game again from scratch. So here we are in the VS Code and we'll start writing the code for the same. Now we'll create the layout of this web page using HTML first. So let's say what we are doing here is we are writing here inside the body. We are writing here h1. Let's say the ID is h1 title. Fine, title is the ID for this. And now what we'll do is we'll use an underline tag. So we'll write something over here. We'll write here Wordle using JavaScript. Fine, save the program and this is our actual program. Save it now, open it with live server once again. And you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, which is underlined as well. Now let's write the code again. So what we are going to do here is we are going to use a break tag. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to take a div. So this div is going to be for the board. So we are going to create the board of this game later on in the CSS part. We'll keep this div empty here. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to use another break tag and then we have to print the answer as well, right? So we'll write here br. Now we'll write here h1. So inside h1 the ID is going to be, let's say, answer. And then inside this h1 we'll keep this empty. Fine, we are done with the HTML part. We'll manage the rest in the CSS and the JavaScript parts as well. So let's move on to the CSS part now. But before that, let's save this program and you can see nothing is changing over here in the browser. So let's move on to the CSS part now. Here we are in the CSS file. What we'll do is we'll write here body. Now we'll first style the body tag of a whole web page. So we'll write here font family. So font family is going to be Gill Sans, and then we'll write here Gill Sans MT, sorry, and then we'll write here Calibri, and then we have this over here. So we'll write here Trebuchet MS, and then we have sans serif over here. So here we are done with this. And it it's showing some error over here. So what we have to do is we have to put this inside single inverted commas as well. Now let's zoom out the VS Code, and here you can see something is wrong over here. So the wrong thing is we have to put this sans serif inside single inverted commas and calibrate like this. So we are done with the font family. Next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here text align at the center. Then we have background color. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the linear gradient over here. So we'll write here linear gradient. Now inside this we have to pass the degree or the angle, we can say. So we'll write here degree as 120. Then we have specific colors. So we'll write here 33B7CE. Fine. So this is one of those colors. Then we'll write here 50%, and then we have another color. So we'll write here hash 218ED6. So we'll write here 218ED6, and this is a second color. We'll write here 50% again. Now save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see if this is working fine. So this is working fine as of now. We'll check back at it later. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to style the HR tag as well. So we'll write here width as 500 pixels for this HR tag. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see nothing has changed over here. So the next thing we have to mention over here is the title tag. So we have the ID as title for our title. So we'll write here title. Now inside this we'll write the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixel for the title. Then we have font weight. So we'll write here font weight as bold. Then we have letter spacing. So we'll write here letter spacing as 2 pixels for this. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, and that's it. So the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write the code for bold. So we'll write here hash bold, and we'll write here width of this board is going to be 350 pixels. So we'll write here 350. Then we have the height as well. So we'll write here the height as 420 pixels. And then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto. Then we have margin top. So we'll write here margin top. Okay, so we have to write a margin top, and margin top is going to be 3 pixels. So we'll write here 3 pixels. Then we have the display as flex, and then lastly we have the flex wrap. So we'll write here flex wrap as wrap. Now save the program, and here you can see some things are changed over here. Now let's style other things as well. So the next thing we have to change here is the tile. So tile is a class over here. We'll go back to HTML, and you can see we have no class named tile over here. So we'll define this class later on in the JavaScript part. So we'll write here tile. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll style the box first. So we'll put a comment over here as box. Then we'll write here border. Border is going to be 2 pixels solid. And the RGB value of the border color is 19. Then for green we have 18, and for blue we have 18. Fine. So this is the border color. Then we have width. So width is going to be 60 pixels, and then we have height as well. So we'll write here height. Height is going to be 60 pixels again. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 2.5 pixels, let's say. Now we'll style the text as well. So we'll mention it over here. We'll comment text over here. Now we'll define the color. So the color for text is going to be black. Then we have the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixels. And after font size we have the font weight. So we'll write here font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have display. So we'll write here display as flex, and then we have justify content at the center, and finally we have align items at the center. So we'll write here align items at center. So here we are done with the styling of the body, title and board. Now we are left with the keyboard, the colors for correct, absent and present letters. So we'll write the code for it later on. For now, let's move ahead to the JavaScript part. But before that, let's save this program once and we'll check. So here you can see nothing is changed as of now. So let's refresh it once and we'll see if something is wrong or not. So here you can see nothing is wrong, everything is working totally fine. Let's go back to the JavaScript part and we'll go through the logic behind this whole game now. So here we are in the JavaScript part. We'll start writing the code over here. So here you can see we have the keyboard already with us. So this is going to be our keyboard. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to take a variable as height. So the value of height is going to be 6 initially. So this is basically the number of guesses we have in our program. So basically we have 6 number of guesses. That's why we are taking the variable height as 6. Then we have the variable width. So width of each word is going to be 5 letters. So the width is going to be 5. Then we have a variable as row, and the initial value of row is going to be 0. That's because of the current guesses, or we can say the current attempt. Then we have a variable call. So we'll use 0 for this variable as well. So this is the current letter for that attempt. Now we'll take another variable over here. We'll take a variable game over, and the initial value of this variable is going to be false. Fine. The game over variable is for game over. If the game is over, then the value will change to true. Here we have taken the height variable as 6 and the word's width is 5 letters. The current row will be 0 and the call variable is also set to 0. The game over variable is initially set to false. That's it, right? So let's move ahead and we'll create 2 lists now. The first one is going to be a list of words and the second one will be a list of guessed words. So if the user enters a word, then the guessed word list will be checked if the word is present in the list or not. If the entered word is not present in the list, then the system will return that the word is not present. So what we'll do is we'll write here where word list. So we'll write here where word list is equals to, we are going to take a list of words. So let's say we have some words over here. We'll write here apple, and then we have mango. So there are basically a lot of words present inside this list, maybe more than 1000, 2000 or 3000 words. So for now, it's just a prototype of this whole Wordle game. So we are going to take 4 or 5 different types of words. That's it. The next word we have is river. Then we have hyped. So we'll write here hyped. And then we have Tokyo. So we'll write here Tokyo, let's say. We'll take another word over here. So let's say we have title over here and we have Ouija. Fine. So we have to write here hyped with a small h, and that's it. This is our word list. Now we are going to create another list. This time we are going to create the guess list, which will contain all the words that can be guessed by the user. So inside the guess list, we'll write here apple, then mango, then we have river, hyped. So we are basically going to take all these words and we are going to paste them over here. Now let's use some more words. So let's say we are using here carbo, then we have, let's say, another word over here, proxy. Fine. So we have these words in the guess list as well. Now the next thing we have to do is the guess list will also contain the words from the word list, right? So what we'll do here is we'll write here guess list, and guess list is going to be guess list dot concat. So what we are doing here is we are basically performing concatenation. So we'll write here word list inside this, and that's it. Now it's time to pick up a random word from the word list we have. For that, we'll use traditional math.random method. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here where word, and we are going to take this variable and we'll write here word list. Then inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here math.floor. Then we have math.random. So this is a method, basically method.random. So we have to put parenthesis over here. Then we'll write here asterisk word list dot length. So we'll write here word list dot length. And finally, what we are going to do is we are going to change the word to uppercase. So that's why we are writing here to uppercase over here. So this is also a method. Now that's it. Let's print this word, and what we'll do is we'll write a console.log. We are going to print this word on a console. Fine. So here we are done with the task of picking up a random word from the list of words. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and then on the screen keyboard. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and the on-screen keyboard we have on our web page. But before that, let's save this program once. Move back to the browser, open console, and here you can see again on refreshing the web page, the word is changing over here. It's taking a random word from the word list. You can see on refreshing we have river as of now. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see it, so let me zoom it out a bit. Now I've refreshed this page and you can see the word is changing over here. We have a list of words and a random word will be picked at once. So here you can see it. Now it's working totally fine. So let's move on, and now we'll write the code for the body and the on-screen keyboard. So we'll write here window.onload. So we'll write here window.onload, and on loading we are going to create a function. Fine. So we are going to initialize. So we are going to write here initialize, and we are going to call this initialize function. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to create this function. So we'll write here function initialize. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game board now. So for that we are going to use the for loop. We are going to write here for let r is equals to 0. So the initial value of r is going to be 0. R is less than height. So this is the condition, and we are going to write here r plus plus. Fine. Now inside the body of this for loop we have to take another for loop. We have to take the for loop for column as well. So we are going to write here for, let's say we have a variable c and the initial value is set to 0 and the condition is going to be c less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width, and then we'll write here c plus plus. Fine. Now we have to write here again this curly braces because we are going to write inside this for loop now. So we'll write here let tile. So tile is a class we have in a CSS file. So we have used tile over here. We'll write here document dot create element. So we are going to use document dot create element over here, and then we are going to write here span. Fine. Now the next thing we have to write here is the tile ID. So we'll write here tile.id is equals to r.toString. Fine. So we have to write here r.toString is a method. So then we have to write here plus. Now inside double inverted commas we have to put a dash over here. Then we have to write here plus, and we have to add the c value over here. So first we'll convert the value of c to string and then we'll add it over here. So we'll write here plus c dot toString. So we'll write here c dot toString. We are going to call this method again, and that's it. Fine. The next thing we have here is tile dot class list. Then what we'll do is we'll write over here add, and we are going to add the tile class over here. So we are going to write here tile, and the next thing we have to do is tile dot inner text. So we have to write here inner text, and we have to give the value as null over here. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here document dot get element by id. Then we have to get the element of, basically we have to get the value of board. So what we are going to do is we are going to pass here board, and we are going to pass append child over here. So we'll write here append child, and we are going to append the values of board and tile. So we'll write here tile. Fine. That's it. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see we have this board over here. So you can see the board over here. We are able to see it. So we have 5 columns. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 rows over here. Fine. So it is working totally fine till now. Now let's create the keyboard as well. So we have to write here after this for loop. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a keyboard. So let's write a comment over here. We'll write here keyboard, and we'll start writing the code over here. So we are going to take a variable over here. So let's say the variable name is keyboard, and now what we have to do is we have to write the values present inside the keyboard. We already have those values over here. So we'll copy these from here, and we are going to paste them over here. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's write it this way. So we have the keyboard over here. We have all the keyboard keys of the keyboard. You can see we have Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P. Then we have the next line, and finally we have the enter key, Z, X, C, V, B, N, M, and backspace. Fine. So this is a symbol for backspace. Basically, you can download it from Google as well. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to define here a for loop. We'll write here for. We are going to take a keyword, let I is equals to 0. Then we have I less than keyboard dot length, and then we have I plus plus over here. Fine. So now inside this for loop, what we are going to do is we are going to take a variable. So we'll write here where current row. So we'll write here where current row is equals to keyboard, and what we are going to do is we are going to pass here I inside this. Then we have let keyboard row is equals to, then we'll write here document dot create element. So we'll write here document dot create element, and we are going to create a div tag over here. Fine. So we'll write here div, then we'll write here keyboard row dot class list dot add. We are going to add the keyboard row class over here. So we'll define this class later in the CSS file. Keep this thing in mind. We'll write here keyboard row. So we'll write here keyboard, and then we'll write here hyphen. Fine. So this is going to be a class. We are going to define it later in the CSS part. I keep mentioning it again and again so that you guys will remember what we have to do later on. So we'll take another for loop over here. Let's say we have a variable named as j. We'll write here let j is equals to 0, j less than current row dot length, and we'll pass j plus plus over here. Fine. Now we'll write inside the body of this for loop again. So we'll write here let key tile. So we'll write here let key tile is another variable we have taken over here. So we are going to write here document dot create element, and then we'll create a div tag over here. So we'll write here div, and then we'll write here let key. So key is another variable over here. So we'll write here current row, and we'll pass j inside it. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text is equals to, and we are going to pass the value of key over here. Fine. Then after this we'll use the if else statement. So we'll write here if key is equals to enter. So what will happen is the key tile ID will change to enter. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here inside this key tile dot ID is equals to enter, and we have to use the else if statement as well for other keys. So we'll write here else if key is equals to backspace. So we have a symbol for backspace here. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste the symbol over here, and now inside the body of this else if statement we'll write key tile dot ID is equals to backspace. Fine. So the ID is going to be backspace. Then we have another else if. So we'll write here else if. We'll write here A, and we'll put less than equals to sign, and we'll write here key. We'll pass another condition. So we'll write here key is less than equals to Z. Then what will happen is the key tile ID is going to be key plus key. Fine. And that's it. We are going to add an event listener over here to process the key. So after this, what will happen is we'll put a semicolon over here first, and after the body of this else if tag, what we have to do is we have to write here key tile dot add event listener. So we have to add an event over here. We'll write here click comma process key. Fine. So this is going to be the event, and now we have to write some more code over here. So we'll write here if, and we'll write here key is equals to enter again. Then what will happen is key tile, the key tile dot class list. So we are going to add a class over here. So we'll write here add, and we are going to rename the class as, let's say, enter key tile. Fine. So we'll create this class later on in the CSS part again. Then we'll write here else, and we are going to write here key tile dot class list dot add, and let's say we have the class name as key tile. Fine. That's it. Then after this we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. So we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. Now we are going to append the key tile class over here. So we'll write here key tile, and after this we have to write here document dot body dot append child, and we have to write here keyboard row. Fine. So that's it. Now we'll do this letters entering task from the system keyboard as well. That's basically the keyboard we have in our system. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here document dot add event listener. So we are going to add an event. Then we'll write here key up. Key up is going to be the event. Then we'll write here E inside this, and we'll create an arrow function over here. So this is going to be an anonymous arrow function. Now inside the body of this function, what we'll do is we'll write here process input, and we are going to pass E over here. Fine. So this is basically the keyboard part we have. Save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see. You can see the process key is not defined over here is the error. So we'll define the process key later. Now what we'll do is we'll write the CSS part for the keyboard, and for that we'll move back to the CSS file. So here we are in the CSS file, and what we'll do is we'll define the classes over here. So the first class we have is the keyboard row class. So we'll write here dot keyboard row. Now we'll write over here width of the keyboard. Width is going to be 400 pixels. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto for this keyboard. Then we have the display as flex, and finally we have the flex wrap. Flex wrap is going to be wrap, and that's it for the keyboard row class. Then we have the key tile class. So we'll write here key tile, and now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to mention the width again. Width of the key tile is going to be 36 pixel. Then the height we have of this key tile, so we'll write here height is going to be 40 pixels, let's say. Then we have margin, so margin is going to be 1 pixel again for the key tile. Then we have the border is going to be 1 pixel solid in nature, and the RGB value is 12, 12, 12, which is black. So then we have the border radius is going to be 5 pixels again. And then we have to mention the font family for the text. So the font family is going to be this one. And then we have Cambria, Cochin, Georgia, Times New Roman, and serif over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to mention for the text is the font size. So we are going to write here font size as 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have the display is going to be flex, and finally we have to justify content at the center. Fine. Then we have to align these items at the center as well, and that's it. Now we have to write the code for the enter key tile. So we'll write here dot enter key tile, and inside here we have to mention the width is going to be 76 pixels for the enter key. You have seen the enter key is bigger in size than other keys, so we have to mention the height is going to be the same as 40 pixels. Then we have margin is going to be 1 pixel again for this enter key, and we have the border as well. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid. So we have to write here 1 pixel solid, and the RGB value is going to be 0, 0, 0. So we'll remove this blue and green from here, and that's it. The RGB value is black basically. Then we'll write here border radius. Border radius is again going to be 5 pixel for the enter key as well. Now we have to mention for the text as well. So the font size is going to be 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be bold, and then we have display as flex. Finally we have justify content at the center, and we have to align items at the center as well. Fine. So we are done with the enter key tile as well. Now what we'll do next is we'll move back to the JavaScript part, but before that let's save this program and we'll move back to the browser once again. You can see it says process key is not defined. We'll define it later on. So for now let's move back to the JavaScript part again. Now what we have to do is we have to create a function over here. So we are going to create the function process input. Before we move on to the process input function, what we'll do is we'll create the process key function, because we are getting the error for this again and again. So we'll write here function, then we'll write here process key. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to write here e is equals to code, and then we'll write here this dot id. Fine. So I guess it will work fine. Then what we have to do is we have to write here process input, and we have to pass e over here. Fine. We have to call the process input function from here. So save this program, move back to the browser, and you can see now we have the keyboard over here. So you can see on clicking any key over here, it says process input is not defined. So let's define it as well first, and then we'll see if the keyboard is working totally fine or not. So for the process input function, we have to write here function, then we'll write here process input. We have to pass e as a parameter over here, and we'll write inside the function if game over is true, then return from here. Fine. Now we have to write the e dot code over here. So we'll write here if key a is less than equals to e dot code, and then e dot code is less than equals to key z, then what will happen? We'll write here inside the if block, we'll write if column is less than width. So we'll write here let current tile. So we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we'll write here get element by id, and id is going to be row dot to string plus, then we'll put a dash over here, or we can say a hyphen. We'll add, what we'll add is we'll add call dot to string. Fine. So we'll write here call dot to string. This is again a method. So we have to write here this, and we have to write here row dot to string. Fine. So I guess this will work totally fine now. Now after this, what we'll do is we'll write here again if. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text is equals to nothing. Then inside the body of this if statement, we'll write current tile dot inner code, or we can say inner text over here. So we have to write here current tile dot inner text equals to e dot code. So we have to write here 3. Then we have to change the value to column plus is equals to 1. Fine. So we have to mention the else if statement as well. So we'll write here after this if statement, we'll write here else if e dot code is equals to backspace. Now we'll delete the letter. So we'll write here backspace, and inside the body of this else if, we'll write if 0 is less than call. So we'll write here 0 less than call, and call is less than equals to width. Then what will happen is call minus is equals to 1. So basically what we are doing is we are deleting the letter. So we'll write here this, and after this else if, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the else if only, we'll write let current tile. So we have to write here current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Then we'll write here row dot to string. So we'll write here row dot to string. This is a method. Then we'll write here the same thing again, and we have to write here call dot to string. Fine. So this is a method again. We are good with it, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here current tile dot inner text is equals to null over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write the code for enter key as well. So we'll write here after this, we'll write here else if e dot code is equals to enter, and what we have to do is we have to call the update function. Fine. So this is going to be a function. We are going to create the update function after this function, so don't worry about it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if game is not over, so we'll write here not game over, and then row is equals to height, and what will happen inside the body of this if tag, we have to write here game over is equals to true, and we have to write here document dot get element by id, and we have to get the id of the answer, so we'll write here answer dot inner text is equals to word. So we are going to print the word. Fine. If the row is equals to height and the game is not over, so basically if we have all the blocks filled, we have all the rows filled, and if the last row is also filled, then what will happen is it will print the answer in word. So it will print the word as the answer. Fine. So save it now, move back to the browser, and we'll see. So you can see as of now this thing is not working, but we have no error over here. So let's refresh it once, and you can see there's no error still. So I guess it will work fine after we'll do the update function as well. So let's write over here. What we are going to do is we are going to create the update function for rest of the things. We'll check the input given by the user here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here function update, and what we have to do is we have to write here a variable. So let's say let guess is equals to null for now. We are going to take a variable guess, and then what we'll do is we'll write here document dot get element by id. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the answer, so we are going to write here answer dot inner text is equals to null for now. Now what we have to do is we have to string up the guesses into a word. So basically what we have to do is we have to take all the letters from a particular row and we have to pile them up in a word. So what we'll do here is we'll write here for, let's take a variable c is equals to 0. We'll write here c is less than width. So let's write here c is less than width and c plus plus. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id, and we have to write here again row dot to string plus, then we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put a plus, and we'll write here call dot to string. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to take another variable. So we'll write here let letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and then what we have to do is we have to add this value to a guess variable. So we'll write here guess plus is equals to letter. Fine. So we are done with this for loop. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to update the value of guess, and we have to change the guess to lowercase now. So we'll write here guess dot to lowercase. Fine. So we have to write here to lowercase. This is again a method, so we have to put parenthesis over here. This is case sensitive basically. Then we'll put it on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here guess. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to check if the guess is present in the guess list or not. Fine. So for that what we are going to do is we are going to write here So let's put some space over here. We'll write here if not guest list dot includes what? Guess. If the guest list does not include the guess, so what will happen is we'll write here document dot get element by id, and we are going to write here answer. So instead of answer, what will be there is dot inner text is equals to not in the word list or not in word list. Basically over here we'll write not in word list, and that's it. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here return. We have to return this thing. So that's it. We are done with this guess part. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to start processing the guess we have. So for that, what we'll do is we'll take a variable correct. The initial value of correct is going to be 0. And let's say we have another variable letter count. Fine. So we are going to take, so basically what we are going to do is we are going to keep a track of letter frequency. So that's why we are doing it. Now what we have to do here is we have to write here for, we are going to use another for loop. So let's say we have a variable I with initial value as 0. And then we have I is less than word dot length. And we have I++ over here. Fine. So basically we are done with the for loop. Let's write inside the body of this for loop. What we'll do is we'll write letter is equals to word, and then we have to check the word. So we'll write here I, then we'll use if letter count of letter, and we'll write here inside the body of this if statement letter count letter plus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write after this else. Now inside the body of else, what we'll do is we'll put the letter count to 1. So we'll write here letter count. Now inside this we'll write letter is equals to 1. Fine. So basically what we have to do is we have to write here after this console.log, and we have to print the letter count. Fine. So till now we are done with this. Now what we'll do is we'll check for the first iteration. We'll check for all the correct ones first. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this for, we are going to use another for loop for this. So let's say we have a variable c, the initial value of c is set to 0. We'll check the width of c, so we'll write here c is less than width. Then what will happen is c will increase. So we'll write here c++. Now inside the body we'll write let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Now we are going to write here the same thing again, row dot toString. We have a method as row dot toString. Now we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put call dot toString over here. Fine. Now we have to take the letter variable. So we'll write here letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So basically it has the value of the current tile. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text. So is it in the correct position? Now we are going to check it. Fine. So we'll write here if word. So what is the word? C is equals to letter. Then what will happen is the current tile value. So we'll write here current tile dot class list dot add. So basically we are going to create a class for correct, which will change the background color of that particular key and of that particular box or tile. Fine. So we'll write here correct. So we are going to create this class in the CSS part. Now, after this, what we have to do is we have to write here let key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Then we have key tile dot class list dot remove. So we have to write here the present class, and then we have to write here key tile dot class list dot add the correct class. So we'll write here correct. Fine. So we are going to define these two classes in the CSS part. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to increase the value of correct by 1. So we'll write here correct plus is equals to 1. Fine. Then we have letter count, and we are going to decrease the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Let's put some space over here as well so that it will look good to you guys. Now we are done with the letter count as well. So what we'll do next is we are going to write here after this particular if statement. So right here we are going to write if correct is equals to width, then what will happen is game over will change to true. Fine. This is another condition we have. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to print the console, or we can say we are going to print the letter count on the console. So we'll write here letter count inside console.log. And now what we'll do is we'll go again and mark which ones are present but in the wrong position. That means the yellow color ones, right? So we'll write here after this console.log, we'll write for, we are going to use another for loop. So we'll write here let c is equals to 0 again, c is less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width. Then we'll increase the value of c by 1. So we'll write here c++. Then we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we are going to write here row dot to string, and then we have this hyphen over here, and we'll write here plus call dot to string. Fine. So we are going to take the values of these, and then after this what we are going to do is we are going to set the value of letter variable. So we'll write here let letter is equals to what's present inside the current tile. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to skip the letter if it has been marked correct. So for that what we have to do is we have to use the if statement. So we'll write here if not current tile dot class list dot contains, what it contains is the correct class. So we'll write here correct. If it contains correct, what will happen is we'll check if it is present in the word. We have to make sure that we don't double count, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here again inside this if statement, we'll take another if statement, and we'll write here word dot includes. Now we have to write here letter, and we have to mention it over here. After this we have to write here letter count. Now what we have to do is we have to write here letter, and we have to write here greater than 0. Fine. Now what will happen is we'll write here current tile current tile dot class list dot add. We have to add it to present class, so we'll write here present. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here let tile is equals to document dot get element by id. What we have to do is we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Okay, so we have to write here after this, what we have to do is we have to take another if. Fine, so we'll write here if not key tile dot class list dot contains which class? The correct class. So we'll write here correct, and we'll write here inside this key tile dot class list dot add. What we have to add over here is the present class. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll deduct the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here letter count, and we have to pass letter inside here, and we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write the code for else as well. So we'll write here else. Now what we'll write inside else is current tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add now is the absent class. Fine, so we'll write here absent. We are going to describe this class, or we are going to define this class in the CSS part later on. So for now we have to write here absent, and we have to change the value of key tile. So we'll write here key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. We have to write here again key plus letter. Fine. So let's put a space over here, and that's it. What we have to do is we have to change the key tile class as well. So we'll write here key tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add again is the absent class. Fine. We are almost done with the JavaScript part as well. What we have to do is we have to start a new row for a new word. So we'll increase the value of row as row plus equals to 1, start a new row, and we have to change the column value to 0 again. Fine. So basically we are done with it. So before we move on to the final outcome, let's do one thing. Let's go through the CSS part once again, and we'll define these 3 classes: the correct, present, and absent class. Fine. Save the JavaScript part here. Save it now, and let's move back over here. And what we'll do is we'll write after this tile class. What we'll do is we'll write over here dot correct. We are going to define the correct class first. So the correct class, the background color is going to be this one, hash 3fc, and the value is 031. So the green color, basically the font color will change to white. So we'll write here color as white, and then we have border color. So border color will also change to white. Fine. Then we have the present class as well. So we'll write here present, and inside the present class the background color will change, and the value of background color is hash f5ce23. Fine. So this is basically yellow color. So the color and the background color will remain the same. So okay, so we have to write here border color, not background color. So we'll write here border color, and again we are going to define the border color here. Fine, so we'll write border color. So border color is going to be white in this case as well. Now we have to define the absent class as well. So we'll write here absent. For the absent class, the background color will change to gray. Fine, so we'll write here hash 787c7e. Fine. So this is the gray color we have. The color is going to be white. And then we have the border color. Fine. So the border color is again going to be white. That's it. We are done with everything now. Save the program, save the JavaScript part and the HTML part once again. Move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a program. So if we click on the keyboard, so it's not working as of now. Maybe we have some error over here. So let's check it out once again. We'll move to the JavaScript part. And if we can see here, key tile is fine. So we have to write here key tile like this. And let's check the other key tile as well. So everything else is fine. Save the program now. Save the CSS part and the HTML part as well. Move back to the browser, and I hope this will work now. So you can see it's working as of now. Now we have written over quote. You can see it says not in word list. We have quote over here. So the word we have is title. Let's write title over here, and you can see the second line is not working. So we have to get back to this, and we have save it now. Move back to the browser. Okay, it's working now, and you can see, so the word we have here is hyped. So let's try to write. Okay, we have to remove this first. That's why it was not working. So we have to write here another word. Let's say we have a word mango. Click on enter, and you can see now it's working fine. Now the word we have here is hyped. So we'll write here hyped. Click enter, and you can see we have all greens over here. You can see the word count as well. We have HYPED as 11111. And we have all the words here in the console. So you have seen here, the program is working totally fine. The task is done here.
Let's start this session by taking an overview of our website. So let me zoom it. So this is the website we are going to create in today's video. Here you can see we have an HTML web page with a navigation bar to take the user to different sections of a website. I hope you already know that we have to create several web pages for a single website to make it a fully functional website. We have to create these pages separately in different HTML documents, and then we have to provide the links to this particular home page for directing the user to various locations of our website. If you see here in the navigation bar, we have several options starting with our company's logo. So Comfort Learning is the company's logo. Here we have an icon of the book to let the user know that this website is for learning. So we'll see further in this video how we can use these logos and all. Then we have links for several other web pages of our website that are not working because we haven't added these web pages till now. The reason for this is we don't want to make this project a long one. We want to finish it quickly, and we want to give you guys a basic idea of how to use JavaScript and other technologies to create a fully functional website. Next up, we have a cart button over here. On clicking, it opens the cart with items present inside it, and the user can either clear the whole cart or proceed further to buy all the things they need. Right. Following this cart button, we have a background image over here with a cart present over the image. The cart says find your favorite course here. Now, you guys might have guessed that this website is for buying courses, and the user can buy some courses here which they want to study. This Shop Now button is completely working, and if we click on it, it will take us to the courses catalog, where we have several courses present to choose from. We have 8 different courses present here. You can add as many courses as you want or as many products as you want. So we can add any of them to the cart. On taking the mouse cursor over any image, you can see it gives us an option to add that particular product to the cart, right? If we click on this add to cart button, you can see it says in cart. It means that we can't add any specific course to the cart more than once. We can later change the number of items in the cart, but we can add a course only once from here. Let's add some courses to the cart and then we'll see if it's working or not. So we'll add few courses. We'll add this one. So it says this course is already present in cart. Similarly, this course is also present and we can add this course. Now we'll move to the cart. We will click on this cart button and you can see we have all the courses present over here. Now, if you notice here, we have these small arrows present, right? We can click on these arrows to change the number of items. We can either increase the number of items or we can decrease the number of items as well. Then we have a remove button over here, and if we click on this remove button, you can see the course is removed now. We can remove any number of courses we want, and we can also increase the number of products in our cart. Following it, we have two options over here. Either we can clear the whole cart or we can proceed. If we click on this clear cart button, there will be no course present in the cart and the total price will change to 0 in that case. Fine. So I hope you guys must have known the task by now. It's clear and seems effortless, right? But these small things take a lot of precise coding and attention to work smoothly. So let me show you guys one more thing before we move on to the coding part. If we reduce the size of a web page, or we can say if we remove the size of a browser, you can see the size of website also changes. If we make the browser similar to a phone, you can see we have got a menu type of thing over here, and if we click on this, we are getting the options here. We have home, categories, pricing and about us, right? So these were the options present in the navigation bar. We can get them inside a particular menu using CSS. We'll see how it actually works. So a website is responsive, right? We'll do it with the help of CSS. So let's move on to the programming part now. So here we are in the VS Code. We have all the images already present inside the images folder in our system. So if you want to see, you can see here we have all the images present over here, and we have 4 different files. We have app.js, we have index.html, products.json to add products, and we have style.css to style all the elements. Fine, here we are in the HTML file. Some of you guys may think that HTML, CSS and JavaScript were fine, but what's up with the JSON thing? We haven't heard of it in the previous videos. So let me tell you guys, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Just like we create objects in JavaScript, JSON is also used to create objects like name value pairs, and later we can use these objects to retrieve that data in a HTML file. In simple words, to add an item to a cart, we need to store it somewhere to get that data related to the object. And then we can add those items to our cart. So JSON is used to transmit the data between a server and a web application. We need to store our products somewhere so that we can use them when added to cart. So you'll get to know more about it while working on it basically. So for now, if you know enough about JavaScript objects, then JSON will be easy for you guys because the syntax remains almost similar in both the cases, that is in JavaScript and in JSON. So let's start writing the code now. Here we are in a HTML file and we have already linked all the files over here. You can see here we have used Font Awesome library for icons we'll use on our website. You have seen that book icon we have used in our logo part and several other icons like the cart icon, etc. So we'll include those predefined icons in a HTML file using this particular library. To include this specific library, you don't have to do much of a task. Go to Google, search cdnjs.com/libraries/fontawesome. Go to Google and search for this and then select version 4.7.0 under the version option. Copy the third URL with min.css as extension and paste it into your HTML file. As simple as that. I'll let you know about the classes we'll use while working on the website. Now let's start with the programming part. The first thing we have on our website is the navigation bar, right? Let me show it to you again. So here you can see we have a navigation bar. We'll first work on this one only. So let's start writing the code. So this is the output of our current website. So what we'll do is we'll minimize the browser and we'll start writing the code here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here nav class is equals to nav bar. Then inside this we'll write div class is equals to burger, and inside this we'll write 3 div tags. Fine. We'll write here div class is equals to layer 1. We'll close this div. We'll copy it from here and we'll paste it again 3 times. Fine. We'll write here layer 2 and layer 3 is class. Then after this particular div tag, we'll add another div tag with class as logo. Then inside this we'll use the span tag. We'll write here span class is equals to logo text, and then we'll write here I will use the I tag to make it a little bit italic. So we'll use the class as book. Fine. We'll write here style is equals to margin right. We'll write here margin right as 0.1 em. Then we'll write here similarly we can close this. Fine. Now we have added the book icon to our website. Then what we'll do is we'll write here again span. We'll use the span tag within this span tag. We'll write here style is equals to color, and the color code is hash F095D1. So these are the color codes for this particular website. We'll use them. We have written here F09D51. Fine. Then what we'll do is we'll write here font size as 1.1 em, and what we'll do next is we'll write here before the span tag closes, we'll write here learning. Fine. Okay. So what we did wrong here is we forgot to mention comfort here. Now we are done with the logo part. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to menu bar. We are working on the menu bar for the hamburger menu. So what we'll do is we'll write here UL. So UL stand for unordered list. We'll write here class is list, and inside this we'll use li tag. So we'll write here class as, let's say, list items. We'll write here a href is equals to hash, and here what we'll do is we'll write here home. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code. We'll paste it again 3 or 4 times. We have 4 different options. We have home, we have courses, and then we have pricings, and finally we have about us. Fine. So we are done with menu as well. Next up what we'll do is we'll write the code for cart now. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart, and inside this we'll write I class is equals to fa shopping cart for 1x. So here we have used this special class to include the cart icon to a web page. Now next up what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to number of items, and then we'll write here span class is equals to, let's say, noi. Now what we'll do is we'll write here 0 inside this. Fine. I hope you guys understood what we did till now. We are working on the navigation bar only. We have created the navigation bar. So this is the code. Firstly, we have used a class navbar for this particular navigation bar. Then we have used the div tag for burger menu. We have 3 different layers, layer 1, layer 2 and layer 3. So this is actually the icon of burger menu. You can see here if we reduce the size of our website. So we have defined this burger menu. And inside this we have 4 other options which we defined later here inside the menu bar, and we have 4 options, right? We have home, courses, pricings and about us. So we are doing totally right. So till now we did some basic tasks here, right? We have added all the navigation bar elements, and the next thing we have to do is to style our navigation bar according to the final website. It's pretty simple. Let's do one thing. Let's save it once and check the output now. Let's see if it's working. So it's totally working. We have a book icon over here. We have comfort learning written over here. We have cart icon over here, and we have 0 written over here. Fine. Now we have to style those elements accordingly to make it look like this. So we are making this navigation bar. So what we'll do is we'll move to our CSS file and we'll start styling by doing some default style changes to the entire HTML document. We'll write here star. Margin will be 0. The default margin will be 0. Padding will be 0. Then we have box sizing. We'll write here border box, and font size will be 20 pixels for default. Fine. Next up, we'll write here HTML. We'll now style the HTML document. We'll write here scroll behavior as smooth, and we'll write here anchor tag. We'll write here text decoration, and we'll write here text decoration as none, and then we'll style the unordered list. We'll write here UL. We'll write here list style as none. Fine. Basic styling is done. Let's do some more for the navigation bar as well. What we'll do is we'll write here dot navbar. This is the first class we have used in a HTML page. We'll write here display as flex. Then we'll write here justify content as space between. Align items as center. Height as 10 VH. So 10 VH refers to the viewport height. It will take 10% of the total height of the screen. Then we have background color as hash EC. So a little bit of grayish white we can say. Then next thing we'll do is we'll style a logo. We'll write here logo, and inside this we'll write padding. Sorry, we'll write here padding left, and the padding left will be 2M. Next up, we'll write here logo text. So this is the next class. We'll write here font size as 1.5 M. Now the next class we have to use is the menu bar class. So we'll write here width as 45% and margin left as 8.5 M. Fine. I'll let you know what this M means in a moment. So first we'll do this styling and all. Next up we'll write here dot list. We'll access the list, and we'll write here inside this display as flex and justify content as space between. Fine. Next up we have the list items. So we'll write here list items, and we'll of course write here A as well. We'll write here color, and the color will be, let's say, black. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here font family as sans serif, font size as 0.9 em. So you must have noticed earlier that the default font size was 20 pixels. So keep that in mind. I'll let you know the use of M in a moment. Next up, we'll write here transition as 0.4 seconds. And we are good to go with it. Next up, we'll write here list items. And we'll write here hover. Fine. Then we'll write here color as black. On hovering, the color of the list items will change to black. Now, the next thing we'll do is we'll write here cart. Padding right will be 2em and position will be relative. Fine. We are done with the cart. Next up, we'll write here cart number of items. Fine. We'll write here display as flex, cursor as pointer. We are styling two different classes here. We are styling the element with class as cart and the element with class as number of items. Fine. We'll write here justify contents to center, align items to center. We'll write here color is white, position will be absolute, and then we'll write here left as 18 pixels and right as, okay, sorry, we'll write here left as 18 pixels and top as -7 pixels. Next up, we'll write background. So the background color will be hash F09D51. So this will be the background color. We'll define the height and width as well. So height will be 20 pixels and the width will also be 20 pixels. Fine. The last thing we have to write here is the border radius. So keep one thing in mind, guys, while you are styling all these elements, do check the website after every styling event, because this will let you know what this particular event does or what this particular styling property does to that particular element. So do it when you are writing this code. Next up, we'll write here dot number of items space dot noi. So noi was the class we have already declared. We'll write here font size as 0.7em. The next class we'll be styling is the shopping cart. So we'll style this icon as well. We'll write here font size as 1.5em. The font size will be equal to around 30 pixels. Then we'll write here cursor as pointer. Then we'll write here burger. We'll style the menu as well. We'll write here height. Height will be 28 pixels. Width will be 32 pixels. And then we'll write here display as none. Then we'll style the layers as well. We'll write here dot layer 1, dot layer 2 and dot layer 3. Now inside this we'll write background as black, height as 4 pixel, margin top is 4 pixel, width as 100%, and we'll write here border radius as 10 pixels. Fine. You have seen that hamburger menu, you have seen that icon, we were styling that till now. Now, you might have noticed here that we have used M here in this CSS file. So I'm talking about this particular M, or we can say EM as well. Until now, we were using rem or pixel to define the size of anything while studying. But today we are using M because M uses the font size. For example, if the font size is 30 for the parent class, in this case the font size is 20, the default font size is 20, and the padding is defined as 2M, then the padding will be 40 in that case. It uses the font size to determine the size of the property. That's why we are using M, and if you try it yourself, you'll get to know better. So just try using M, and you can also use rem or pixel in this case, but for now we'll use M. So this might be a little bit new for you guys, but try it and you'll understand it much better. Now save the CSS file, move back to the browser, and you can see here that we have a navigation bar ready. Right, it's looking fine, although the icons are not visible. The book icon and the cart icon is not visible. So let's go back and see what's wrong in this CSS file. What we'll do is we'll move to HTML file and we'll see if something is wrong here or not. So nothing is wrong in this case. The error is because we are not connected to internet. So if this error continues, just try to connect your laptop or your PC to the internet and the icons thing will work fine. So you can see here we have our icons over here. We have the book icon, we have the cart icon, and what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this logo and text a little bit, right? So here you can see the comfort learning is a little bit small when compared to this particular website. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file and we'll write here, instead of 1.5 rem, we'll write here 2M. Fine. Save it. And here you can see it's looking fine now. Actually, it's equal. The difference is because of this scroll bar. We don't have this scroll bar in our website until now. So this is why it looks a little bit different to you guys. It's working totally fine other than that. So let's move on to the next part. And the next part of our website is the background image with the card present on it, right? So let's write the code for this section as well. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file, and right here we'll write section class is equals to section 1. So we are using the section tag to define a particular section in the web page. Now we'll write here div class is equals to banner, and here we'll write inside h1 tag find your favorite courses or course here. Then inside this, what we'll do is we'll write here a href is equals to products. So the products file will be using JSON for this, so leave it for now. We'll write here shop now. So shop now is actually not a button. What we'll do is we'll use a link and we'll define it later. So let's save it and move to the browser. Open this website and you can see here it says find your favorite course here, and it says shop now. It's not inside the banner because we need to style this particular section to make it look like a website. So let's do the styling part as well, and then we'll talk about it. So we'll move to the CSS file now, and here what we'll do, we'll write here dot section 1 height we'll use the calc function and we'll write here 100 VH minus 10 VH. So what we are doing is we are reducing the navigation bar's height. We are reducing 10 viewport height from 100 viewport height. It means that from the whole screen area, it will reduce 10 VH and give it to that particular image. Fine. So next up we'll write here width as 100%. We wanted to cover the whole home page. So that's why we are using width as 100%. Background. So we'll add the background image. We'll write here URL. And inside this we'll give the path of our image. We'll write here images back1.png and we'll write here center cover. Fine. Let's do some more things. We'll write here top as 0, left is 0, z index as -1. Fine. Save it now. Move to the browser and see if it's working. So here we are. We have our image over here, but this banner is not here till now. We'll style it. So you can see the images over here. And one more thing guys, we have 2-3 images over here inside a images folder. I'll let you see all of them. So here are the images and this is the third one. Okay, so this is the third one. So I was not sure which one to use, but if you guys liked any of these images, do let us know in the comments below and we'll use that particular image. For now, we'll use my personal favorite image. We'll use back1.png, save it now. And this is the image we are going to use in this particular video. So let me know if you have any other preference or if you know any other image, we'll use that as well. Then we'll write here section 1 and we'll style the banner as well. For that we'll write here banner, height is going to be 170 pixels, width is going to be 600 pixels, background is going to be a little bit grayish. So we'll write here RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.7. So this is the particular RGBA value. And next up we'll write here position as relative, top as 50%, left as 50% of the image. We want the banner to be present at the center of the image, right? So next up we'll write here transform, translate, and inside it we'll write -50% to -50%. Next up we'll write here display as flex, justify content as space around, and flex direction as column, text align as center, and then we have align items as center. Font family is going to be sans serif again, and we'll define the z index as well. So the z index is going to be 8 in this case. Fine. Next up we'll inside the h1 tag inside the banner. So we'll write here banner h1, and inside this we'll define the font size as 2M. Now we need to define the link for shop now. So for that we'll write here display is flex, justify content is center, padding is going to be 1 em, space 2.5 em. Next up we'll write here font size as 0.8 em. So this is the font size for the shop now button, which looks like a button but it is actually a link. So what we'll do is we'll define the color of this button is white, and here the background color is going to be hash F90D51. Let's use this color and we'll write here transition all at 0.3 second. Now save it once, move to the browser, and you can see it looks fine though. The only thing that is different here in this website is the color of this link, right? Or is the color of the shop now button. So we can change the color here. The color is sky blue. So let's try to do it. So here you can see the color seems a little bit different now. I don't know the actual value of this color. That's why I'm not sure about it. So what we'll do is we'll make it a little more bright. What's that? Save it now. And you can see it looks same now. So this was the color. We found that. Now we have to change the color of this button on hovering over it. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot banner a hover. So the background we are going to change. We'll write here hash D476E1. Okay, 1E. The color codes are pretty hard to remember, so we are not using this particular color, so we'll change it to a little bit blue. Save it now, move to the browser, and you can see it looks nice, right? In the actual website it's a little bit dull, but in our website it looks nice, right? It's a little bit dark than the original color. So that's fine, you can change the color according to you. So you have seen that this part is also done. It looks nice, right? Till now the task we did was quite easy. The next thing we have to do is to add products to our website, which are the courses. We'll add those images to our website using JSON only. So let's do the HTML part first. Let's finish up the HTML part and then we'll move on to the JSON part. So we'll move to the HTML file again, and inside this, now what we'll do is we'll define the section for products. So we'll write here section class is equals to section 2 and ID is equals to products. Fine, we'll use both the class and the ID attribute for this particular section. We'll write here div class is equals to title, and here what we'll do is we'll write here h1, and inside this we'll write courses we offer. Here we'll again add another div, and inside this we'll write class is product. Close this div tag, save it, and there will be no difference on the web page. You can see here we have some text present at the bottom which says courses we offer, nothing else. Let's add those images now. what we'll do is we'll move to the JSON file and we'll add those images with some properties and pictures. So let's move on to the JSON file. So here's a JSON file, products.json. What we'll do is we'll create an object here. So we'll write here items and then we'll use square brackets. Now, one thing to notice while working on any JSON file is that JSON doesn't let us use single inverted commas, or we have to use double inverted commas for JSON file. So if we write here items like this, it won't work. See, it says this is an error. So in JSON file, we have to use double inverted comma or double quotes, not single quotes. So now inside the items, what we'll do is we'll create the object for first image. So we'll write here sys and then we'll write here id. So id will be 1. We have to use commas to separate the properties. So now we'll write here fields colon, and inside this we have to use title. So the title for first course will be Python programming master course. Fine. Now next thing we'll do is we'll write here the price. The price will be, let's say, $123.99, and then we'll write here image. So inside this we'll define several properties for the particular image. We'll write fields and we'll use colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here file colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here URL. So you can see it just says there's an error, so we have to remove this curly braces from here and we have to put it here. Now inside URL, what we'll do is we'll give the name of our file. So our file is stored in images folder and the file name is, and the picture name is python.png. Fine. So it is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to put a comma here to again insert one more image property. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it for 8 times. Then what we are going to do here now is we are going to change the ID, the title of the course. So the second course is C++ master course, and the price for this is, let's say, $110.99. We have to change the path as well. This image is stored as c++.png. For the third one, we'll write here id as 3. The title is going to be web development for beginners. The price is, let's say, 99 because this is a course for beginners, and the file name is, instead of Python, we'll write here web1.png. We'll do the same for all the elements. So next up we'll use id as 4 and title as Java programming master course. Fine. The price for this course is going to be $149.99 and the file name is java.png. Fine. Next up we'll write here id is 5. The title is going to be digital marketing full course. The price is going to be $109.99 and the name of our image is digital.png. Then we have id as 6 for another course. This course is going to be advanced web development, and the price is going to be comparatively high because this is an advanced course. So instead of Python, we'll write here web2 because this is the name of our image. Then we have ID as 7, and the file name is going to be data structures and algorithms full course. Prices you can decide by yourself. So instead of 123, we'll use 99.99 here, and inside this we'll write data.png. This is our file name. Then we have the ID as 8 for the last course. The course name is Data Science Full Course. The price is going to be 149, and image name is data2. Fine. So here you can see it says there is an error, remove this comma because we don't have any other image remaining. So we are done with the JSON file. All of this may sound a little bit tricky to you guys, but it is what it is, and we have to keep certain things in mind for that. We can't see these products in the browser until we are done with the JavaScript part as well. So let's do the rest of the HTML part first, and then we'll see how this works in JavaScript. Save it once, go to the browser, and here you can see we are not able to see those products till now. So what we are going to do next is we are going to move to a HTML file, and inside this we are going to do the remaining of our HTML part. So what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equal to cart sidebar. Now we are creating the structure for our cart sidebar. It means that when we use the hamburger menu or when we decrease the size of our web page or web browser, the cart will open at the side. So we are doing the coding for that. We'll write inside this div class is equals to cart, and inside here we'll write span class is equals to close cart. Now inside this we'll add an icon. We'll write here I class is equals far times, and we are done with it. Now next up what we are going to do is we are going to write the code inside of our cart. We are going to write here h2. It will say your cart, and inside this we'll write div class is equals to cart content. Next up we'll write here div class is equals to total sum, and we are going to use dollars, right? So we'll write here h1, we'll write here your total, and we'll use the dollar sign here. After this we'll write span class is equals to total amount. Let's say we are going to change the class name, it will be total amount. We'll close this here, and inside this we'll write 0 because at the start there will be no element or no product present in the cart, so the total price will be 0 at the initial point. So that's why we have written 0 here. Now we are going to write here div class is equals to clear cart, and inside this we are going to create a button. So the button class will be btn clear cart btn. So this is going to be a class, and here what we'll do is we'll write here clear cart. Fine. We are going to do the same for proceed button as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to clear cart. We are going to use the same class for both the buttons because I'll let you know why we are doing this at the end of this project. Now we'll write here button class is equals to button clear cart button. Fine. We'll write here proceed. We are done with the cart function. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write some code for the menu bar, side menu bar. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, menu sidebar. Inside this we'll write div class is equals to close menu. And we'll write here I class is equals to far times, and we'll close this I tag over here. Next up, we'll write here after this class, we'll write div class is equals to menu. Let's say this name is menu bar, and inside this we'll write here unordered list. Class will be menu list. We'll write here li class is equals to menu list items, and we'll write here a href is equals to hash. We'll write here home, and we are good to go. Fine. We'll do the same for categories, pricings, and about us. So we'll copy this statement, we'll paste it for 4 times. Here we'll write, instead of home, categories, pricings, and about us. Fine. So we are done with the whole HTML part now, and we are left with CSS and JavaScript only. Let's do that as well. Let's move on to the CSS part first and do the rest of the styling, except for the products. We'll do it for products at the last. So let's move on to the CSS file first, and what we'll do is, so that it will not create any confusion, we'll write here menu bar, because we have to write the code here between this banner style property and this menu bar for the products section. So that's why we'll start writing the code from here, and later we'll add a code here in between. So we'll write here dot menu sidebar, display will be none, and then we'll write here dot cart sidebar, background is going to be hash ec, so a little bit grayish white we can say. We'll write here position as fixed, right as 0, and top as 0. So these are the properties we are defining in our CSS part. Then we'll write here width as 450 pixels and height as 100 viewport height. Fine. We'll define the z index as well. We'll write here z index as 10, transition is all at 0.3 seconds, and the transition will be linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here transform, and inside transform we'll write here translate x. Fine. So inside here we'll write 100%. It will go along with the x-axis, that's why we have written it over here. We'll write here overflow scroll. We are done with it. Next up, we'll write here dot cart sidebar, and we'll write here dot cart as well. So we'll define padding here. We'll write here padding as 0 in both the cases. Next up we have dot cart and close cart, right? So we'll write here for both of them, we'll write here dot cart space close cart. The font size is going to be 1.3 em. Padding is going to be 1 em, and cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. We'll write here dot far times. Inside this we'll write margin top as 0.5 em, and we'll write here cart h2 is text. Text align will be center for the heading of a cart, which is your cart. So we'll write here width as 100%. Margin bottom is going to be 1 em. And what else we have to do? We have to include the font size as well. So we'll write here font size is 1.1 em, slightly bigger than the default font size. Then we'll write here font family. Let's use only one. Fine. Let's use Verdana only. So we'll write here Verdana, and next up we'll write here dot cart product space dot product dash image space img. Now we are going to write here something. Now we are going to write the code for all the images present inside the cart. So that's why we are writing here width as 130 pixels. Of that particular image, the width is going to be 130 pixels and the height is going to be 90 pixels, let's say. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up we'll write here dot cart product content. Fine. Now we'll write here display as flex. Flex direction is column. And we have justify content as space around. And align items at the center. We'll write here margin left as 1 em and height as 80 pixels. Fine. We are done with this as well. We'll write here dot plus dash minus. This is for increasing or decreasing the product number in our carts. Those arrows you must have remembered, which we have seen in the website. Let me show you again. So these are the arrows I'm talking about. Let me add a product. Now go to cart, and these are the arrows I'm talking about right now. So we are going to style those arrows as well. So we'll write here display as flex and transform. We are going to rotate them, so we are going to write here rotate at 90 degree. That will look cool. So we'll write here color is again hash F09D51. So this is the color code for a particular color. We'll write here font size is 1.5 em, and we'll write here cursor as pointer. Next up we are going to do the styling for total sum. So we'll write here total sum, text align at the center, and margin is going to be 1em, 0, 0.5em, and 0 again. So it's for top, bottom, left and right, everyone. So we'll write here next clear cart, text align at the center, and we'll write here clear cart button. Now for the clear cart button, we'll write here background. So background color is going to be again that same one, orange we can say, or little bit of orange as well. And don't know the exact name for that color, but it doesn't matter, right? We can do anything. We can use any color. So the font color is going to be white. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid and white in color for the button, right? If we go back to our website, and you can see here, this is our button. So we are styling this particular button now. Let's go back here and we'll write here padding is 0.5em and 1.7em. Fine. Cursor will be pointer, and of course transition is going to be at 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here clear cart dot button. On hovering over it, what we want is, we'll write here hover, and we'll define the property now. So we'll write here border. Okay, we'll write here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel thick, solid in nature, and of this color. So we'll write here D4761E. Fine. On hovering, the color will change, obviously. So we'll write here this. And now what we are going to do is, we are going to write here background is transparent and color is black. Fine. Done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here overlay. For overlay, the height is going to be 100 viewport height. The position is going to be fixed. The top is going to be 0. Similarly, the left will also be 0. We'll define the z index as well. We'll write as z index as 9 and width as 100%. The background color is going to be hash F3851F. Fine. So this is for overlay. We'll write here opacity as 0.3 and transition is all 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. So what we are doing is, we are writing the code for this. If you open our cart, you can see this particular area or this particular field is a little bit different from what it was. it is a little bit different in color, and the opacity is also different. The opacity is 0.3 here. We can make it fully opaque as well. So for now we'll use 0.3 only. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to write the property for none. We'll write here none, display as none. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write the CSS part for tablets and for mobile screens. So if you remember that if we reduce the size of this Chrome browser, the size of our website also reduces and it becomes like this. So to achieve this, we have to write particular CSS code for tablet and for phone. We have to define the max width and we have to do some more things in there. So what we'll do is we'll write here @media screen and max width is going to be 768 pixels. Fine. Now inside this we'll write .logo. We'll change the logo as well. We'll write here padding left as 0, and after this we are going to write here .cart, padding right is 2em. After cart we'll write here .menu bar. So we are going to change all the properties here, almost all the properties which we'll require. So we'll write here display as none. The menu bar will disappear. We'll write here .burger, and inside this we'll write margin left. The burger sign will come into existence now. We'll write here 2em for the margin left. For display we'll write here block. Next up we have to do something for section 1 and for product section as well. So we'll write here section 1 and we'll write here banner h1. So we'll write here font size is 1.5em and we'll write here banner a. We are going to change the size of a shop now button. So we'll write here font size is 0.6em and padding is 1em and 2em. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up we'll write here section 2 title and we'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size is 1.5em. So we haven't defined the section 2 and title styling part yet. We'll define it later, but we'll write the code for that as well. Now next up we'll write here menu sidebar. Display is going to be block. Position is going to be fixed. Left is going to be 0, top is going to be 0. So we'll write here left is going to be 0 and top will also be 0. Then we have width is 100%. Height is 100 viewport height and Z index is 11. Background is going to be gray again. So we'll write here EC. Then we'll write here overflow is hidden and transform is translate. So we'll write here -100% and transition is again same. We'll write here 0.3s and linear. Fine. Next up we'll write here menu as menu bar, and inside here we'll write display as flex, height as 80%, justify content at the center, and we are done. So next up we'll write here menu list. We'll change the style of menu list as well. So we'll write here height is going to be 100%. Then we'll write here display as flex. We are rewriting the code again and again, but each time we are doing it for different class, we are doing it for different element. So keep these things in mind. And we'll write here flex direction as column, align items at the center, and justify content. Justify content as space around. Now it's time to do it for menu sidebar, and for close menu. Both will use the same styling properties. We'll write here position as absolute. Right is going to be 30 pixels. Font size is going to be 1.4 em. And after this we'll write dot menu list items, and we'll write here color is hash F09D51, the default color we are using till now. And lastly we'll write here dot menu dash list items space A on hover. We'll write here color is hash F57B09. Fine. So here's a mistake. We have placed colon here twice. We'll remove it. And now we are done with the tablet part. So we have to change the style of almost all the elements. We are done with the tablet part. Next up we have to write the same code for mobile part as well. And we'll write here @media screen. So we'll write here and max width is going to be 480 pixels. Now what we'll do is we'll write here asterisk font size is going to be 16 pixel. Here we have changed the font size for the whole entire HTML document. We have done it because we have used M in place of rem or pixels in this case or in this video. So that's why we have changed the size here, because we want the screen to be smaller in size, right? If we go back here, you can see the font size is 16 by default, and if we do it, you can see the font size changes for each and every element, right? To achieve this, we have to use M in place of pixel or rem, we can say. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section 1 dot banner, and we'll write here width as 280 pixels for both, and we'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. You can see here the height of this image is 100 pixel, or we can say the height of this banner is 100 pixel and the width is 280 pixels. So this is why we are changing the style of all these elements, because we want all these elements to fit inside a smaller screen. That's why we have to change the height, or we have to change the width as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here section 1 dot banner. We'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size as 1.2 M. Display is going to be, no, we don't have to use display here, I guess. Let's leave it. So we are done with this. Next up, we'll write the code for burger. We'll write here burger, margin left is going to be 1M. For mobile, the display is going to be block, and the width is going to be 30 pixel. Fine. We'll do the same for cart sidebar. We'll write here width as 100% of the screen. The cart will take whole screen, and we'll write here at the last for product. So for product, we'll write here margin is 0, display is flex, justify content at the center, align items at the center, and flex direction is going to be column. So we have covered almost every HTML element in the CSS file. We are done with the styling for everything except products. We'll style them later. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now and see how we can fetch those products. So we cannot witness every style change right now, but we'll witness them while covering the JavaScript part. So let's move on to the JavaScript part first, and we'll start with the cart section and the hamburger menu thing. So save it, and if you want to witness the changes we made, you can go here and you can see the cart is not opening because we need to write the JavaScript part for that, and everything else remains the same. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see we have a menu over here. We can increase the size, and we have our image adjusting itself accordingly. So we can use it, and it's quite responsive as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now. We'll open the JavaScript file, and first of all, we'll access all the HTML elements with the query selector method. So we have several HTML elements, right? Here you can see we have several elements present in our HTML file. We are going to access few of these elements. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here const cart is equals to document dot query selector. We are going to write here nav space dot cart. Then we are going to do the same for a long time. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy paste this piece of code again and again for several times. We are going to change the name of variables. So we'll write here cart sidebar, and instead of this we'll write here dot cart sidebar. And the next one we'll write here dot close cart, and here the variable name will change to close cart. Fine. Next up, we'll take another variable as burger, and here we'll change the query from nav.cart to .burger. Fine. Next up, we have menu sidebar. So we'll write here menu sidebar, and here what we'll do is we'll write here dot menu sidebar. Fine. Next up we have close menu, and here we'll write close menu again. After close menu we have cart items total. So we'll write here cart items total, and we'll use noi. Then we have total amount as well. So we'll write here total amount, and here we'll write cart price total. we have to access a lot of elements. So then we'll write here cart UI, and for this we'll access cart sidebar and cart. So we'll write here dot cart sidebar space cart. Fine. Then we have the total sum. So we'll write here total sum. We'll put a dot over here, and here we'll write total diff. Then we have the clear button. So we'll write here clear button, and here we'll write clear cart button. Then finally we have a variable named cart content to access everything present in the cart. So we'll write here dot cart content. Here we'll write cart content. So these are our 12 variables, and we have accessed almost every element present in a HTML file, which we are going to need further. So I hope you guys understood this. We have used the query selector method to access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript part. Now next up, we'll take two empty arrays. So we'll write here let cart is equals to an array, and we'll write here let buttons DOM, and it's again going to be an array. Fine. Now we'll first create some events to open and close the cart. For that, we'll write here cart dot add event listener. We'll add a click event here, and we'll write here function. Now inside this we'll write cart sidebar dot style dot transform is equals to translate 0%. Fine. So this is, we are changing the style of cart sidebar. Next up, we'll write here const body overlay. We'll take a variable of named const body overlay. We'll write here document dot create element, and we'll write here div inside this. Fine. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here body overlay dot class list dot add, and we'll write here overlay. Fine. We'll use the set timeout method. So we'll write here set timeout. Okay, we have written here SST. So we'll write here set timeout. Then we'll create an anonymous function, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write document dot query selector, and inside here we'll write body. Then we'll write here append, and we'll append body overlay here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. And the time we'll pass here is going to be 300 milliseconds. We are done with this function. We'll add another event. So what we'll do is we'll write here close cart dot add event listener. Now we are closing the cart. So we'll write here click, then we'll create a function, and we'll write here cart sidebar dot style dot transform, and again we'll translate it to 100%. Previously we did for 0%, and now we'll translate it to 100% again. So we'll write here translate, and we'll pass 100% inside the brackets here. Next up, we'll again use the body overlay. variable. So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. We'll of course change the create element value. So instead of create element, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here dot overlay. Fine. Next up, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here body dot remove child. We'll remove body overlay from here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. We are good to go. Save it now and go to the browser. So here you can see on clicking the cart, our cart is working totally fine now. We are in this particular program. So we are in our website which we are creating right now. This is the original website. This is the final product. So leave it and we are going to work on our website only. So here you can see our cart is working totally fine. Now we can open or close our cart and we have two options over here. One is for clearing the entire cart and the other one is for proceeding further. Next up, we'll add some more events for the hamburger menu. Now how to open or close that menu and all. So for that, we'll move to a JavaScript file again and we'll write here burger dot add event listener, and we'll add a click event. We'll write here click, we'll write here function, and then we'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and what we are going to do is we are going to translate, again we are going to translate it to 0%. Now the same thing we have to do for this as well. We'll write here burger dot add event listener. Inside here we'll write click, and then we'll write a function which will again do the same task. It will translate to -100%. We'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and we are again going to translate it to -100% now. Fine. Save it and go to the browser. Now if we decrease the size of a web page or if we decrease the size of a browser, you can see, okay, let me decrease it first. So you can see the hamburger menu over here, and on clicking it's not working right now. So let's inspect those elements once, and there's no error, but let me check if there's any mistake. Okay, so we have to write here close menu, and now I guess it will work fine. We'll save it again and we'll move to the browser, reduce the size, click on this hamburger menu, and you can see it's working totally fine now. Right. So this part is also done. Now what we have to do next is we have to create a class to get those products from the JSON file. So keep your eyes open now, guys. We'll see how it actually works. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a class named product. So this is our class. We'll write here async. I hope you are already aware of async and await. So we'll write here get product, and this is a function. We'll write here const response is equals to await, and while awaiting it will fetch products.json. Fine. Then we'll create a variable. We'll write here const data is equals to await response.json. Fine. Next up we'll write products is equals to data.items, and we'll write products is equals to products dot map function we are going to use. So we'll write here again item, then we'll use arrow function. We'll write the body of this function here. We'll write here const. Inside this we'll pass title and price of the product, and we'll write here item dot fields. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for ID as well. Inside curly braces we'll write ID, and we'll write here item dot sys. Then we'll write here const image. Now we are fetching the image, so we'll write here item dot fields dot image dot fields. We are actually giving the path, right? If you see here in the JSON file, you can see inside items we have sys fields, then inside fields we have title, price, image, and then inside image we have fields, file, and URL. So we'll access each of them. Now we'll write here after fields dot file dot URL, and lastly we'll write here return title, price, ID, and image. Fine. Finally we'll write here after this return products. Cool. Now what we are doing here is we are getting the details of all the products and storing them inside separate objects. So we have all the objects present over here. All those images were actually stored inside the local storage, and now we can fetch them from that particular storage. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the product. So if you save it now and go to the browser, you will see no difference over here because it's not working as of now. If you go to inspect elements and console, you can see it says length mismatch. It's because of the live server, so there's no error over here. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the products. We'll add those products to the cart and we can delete them from the cart. We'll do everything inside one single class. So let's do it. What we are going to do is we are going to write here class. Let's say the class name is UI, and we'll write here display products, and we'll write here products. Then we'll write here inside this let result be a variable, and we'll leave it empty over here. Next line we'll use the for each loop. So we'll write here products dot for each, and inside this we'll create an arrow function. So we'll write here const product div, let's say, is a variable, and then we'll write here document dot create element. Again we are going to create an element, so we'll write here div, and after this what we are going to do is we are going to write here product div dot inner HTML is equals to, now the main part starts. So inside these we'll write div class is equals to product card, and then we'll write img, we'll add the image. So here we'll write img src is equals to dollar product dot image. We are going to fetch it, and instead of alt, in place of alt, we'll write alt as product. In the next line, we'll use the span tag again. We'll write here span class is equals to add to cart, and we'll then write here data id is equals to product dot id. We'll close this tag, we'll close this span tag, we can say. In the next line, we'll use the I tag. We'll write here I class is equals to far cart plus far1x. Now what we are doing is we are going to show the number of items present in a cart over the cart icon. That's why we are doing all this. So here what we'll do is we'll write style is equals to margin dash right. Margin right is going to be 0.1 em, and font size is going to be 1 em. Fine. Close this as well, close the I tag as well, and in the next line right here add to cart. So the span tag is finally, we are going to close it. Now this is a single tag. I have written it in such a way because I don't want it to create any sort of confusion for you guys. So the span tag starts from here and goes till here. Now we are remaining with some more part of it. So in the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to write here div class is equals product name, and here we'll write dollar product dot title, and we are going to close this div tag. In the next line, we are going to write div again. Class is going to be product pricing, and inside here we'll write product dot price, and we are going to close this div tag here. Close the first div tag as well, and we are good to go. In the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to write here const p is equals to document dot query selector, and inside this we'll write dot product. We are going to access the element with product as class, or we are going to access the product query. Then we'll write here p dot append equal to product div. What we are doing is any item we are adding to cart is we are going to append that item inside the cart. So that's what we are doing till now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here a function get buttons, basically a constructor, we can say. We'll write here const buttons. We'll write here const buttons is equal to document dot query selector. We have to write a query selector all, and then we are going to write here inside this dot add to cart. Fine. We have been through all these query selector methods previously, so I don't think that this is going to create any sort of problem for you guys. So let's move ahead and we'll write here array dot from, we'll write here buttons. Then we'll write here buttons dom is equals to buttons. We are going to pass the value of buttons to buttons dom. Then we'll write here buttons dot for each, and inside here we'll write button, and we are going to create an arrow function over here. Here what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to button dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write let in cart is equals to cart dot find, and we are going to pass item to this function. So we are going to write inside here item, and again an arrow function. We'll write here item dot id triple is equals to id. Fine. We're going to check the condition here. If we'll write here if in cart then we'll write here btn dot inner html is equals to in cart. So what we are doing is, if we have added the product to cart already, then the button will change. As we have seen earlier that on adding the product once to the cart, the button will change to in cart from add to cart. So this is what we are doing here. Next up we'll write here button dot disabled is equals to true. We are going to disable that button once the product is added to cart. Fine. Next up we'll write here button dot add event listener, and we are going to create an event. We'll write here click, and we'll write e here, then we'll use the arrow function, and we'll write it here e dot current target dot inner html is equals to in cart. Then we'll write here e dot current target dot inner html. Okay, we'll write here e dot current target dot style dot color is equals to white. E dot current target dot style dot pointer events equals to none, and we are done with it. Next up we are going to store the products in the cart. So for that what we are going to do is we are going to write here let cart item is equals to, so we are going to use a little bit of JSON now. We'll write here dot storage dot get storage products. We'll write here id comma amount, and the amount is going to be 1. We'll write here cart dot push. We are going to push the cart item to the cart. So we'll write here cart item. Then we'll write here storage. We are going to store it inside the cart. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart over here. Fine. Now we have to calculate the total, and we have to set the total items as well. So for that we'll write here this dot set cart values, we'll write here cart, and to display those cart item we have to write here this dot add cart item, and we have to add that cart item. So we'll write here this dot add cart items item, and we'll pass cart item over here. Fine. We are done with the working of cart as well. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to change the total value of cart. We are going to change the value of cart on increasing or decreasing the cart products. So first of all, we have to write here set cart values, and we have to pass cart over here. We have to write here, let's say we have a variable temp total. So this is going to be a temporary variable. We'll write here temp total is equals to 0, and we'll take another variable. For that we'll write here item total. So item total is also going to be 0. Now we'll map this cart. So for that we'll write here cart.map. We'll write here item, we'll use arrow function. So for that we'll write here temp total plus is equals to item dot price into item dot amount. So this is how we are going to get the total amount, and then we'll write here item. Basically we are swapping all of that. So we'll write here item total is equal to item dot amount. We have to add these two values. So we'll write here item total plus is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we'll write here parse float, and we are going to change these values. Just like parseInt, we have parse float as well. So inside parse float, we'll write temp total dot to fixed, and we are going to fix it until 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here cart items total dot inner HTML is equals to items total, and we'll write here cart price total dot inner HTML is equals to parse float. We'll write here temp total dot to fixed, and we'll fix it up to 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here add cart item. Now we'll write here cart item, and inside this we'll write let cart item UI is equals to document dot create element. We'll write here div. We'll write here cart item UI dot inner HTML is equals to, we are again going to do the same task. So we are going to use the backtick for that. So here we'll write div class is equals to cart product, and we'll write here div class is equals to product image. We'll write here img src is equals to, we are going to fetch the image again, so we'll write here dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item dot image, and alt will be product in this case as well. Next up, we are going to close this div tag, and we are going to start another div tag here. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart product item, sorry, cart product content we can say, and then we'll write here in the next line div class is equals to cart product name, we'll write here inside h3 tag. So inside h3 tag we'll write dollar cart item dot title, and we are going to close this h1 tag over here, h3 tag, sorry, h3 tag over here. Then we'll close this div tag as well. We are again going to create another div tag. This time we are going to write the class as cart product price. We are going to fetch the price now. We'll write here again h3. So our price is in dollars, so we'll use dollars for now. We can use rupees here as well, so we can write here cart item dot price. The price is going to be in dollars. Then we'll close this tag, and we are also going to close the div tag here. Fine. In the next line we are going to create the product remove cart. So we are going to create a div tag for that, and the class is going to be cart product remove. Data ID is going to be cart ID. So we'll write here cart item dot ID, and then we'll write here href is equals to hash, and style is going to be, color is going to be red, and then we'll write here remove. I'm going to close the anchor tag and then the div tag. Fine. So we are done with this till now. Then we are going to again close this particular div tag we used previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to change the number of products. So we are going to use here class is equals to plus minus, and here we'll write inside the I tag class is equals to far angle left add amount. Fine. This is going to be the class, and the data ID is going to be cart item ID. So we are going to write here data ID is equals to dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item id dot id, and then we are going to close this tag and we are going to close the I tag here. Fine. Next up, we are going to use the span tag again. We are going to write here span class is equals to number of items, and we'll close this tag here. We'll write dollar cart item dot amount. We are going to close the span tag here, so we'll write here slash span. In the next line, we are again going to use data id, and here what we'll do is we'll write here dollar, and we'll write here cart item dot id. We are going to close the I tag again, and in the next line we are going to close the div tag and one more div tag. Fine. Now we are done with it. Let me close this first, and next up we'll append this cart content to the cart item UI. So we'll write here cart content dot append, and inside this we'll pass cart item UI. Fine. So here you can see we are going to close this. So this is the closed one, and inside here we'll write setup app, again a constructor. We are going to write here cart is equals to storage dot get cart. We'll write this dot set cart values cart here, and then we'll write cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item, and inside the body we'll write this dot add cart item. Fine. I hope you guys are getting this. Next up we'll write the cart logic here. We'll write here cart logic, and we'll write here clear button dot add event listener. We are going to create an event again. We'll write here click comma a function. Inside this we'll write this dot clear cart. We are going to call this function over here. Now we have to write the logic for remove button, so we'll do it here. We'll write here cart content dot add event listener, click comma event, and we'll write here inside this if event dot target dot class list dot contains cart product remove. Then we'll again create a variable. Let's say the variable is let. Okay, we have made a mistake over here. We have to close this bracket here, and then we have to write here let id is equals to event dot target dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item and we'll pass id here. Fine. In the next line we'll write here let div is equals to event dot target dot parent element, and we are going to use parent element for quite some time now, so we are going to write here dot parent element again for 4 times. So we'll write here parent element dot parent element. So we have written it 4 times here. In the next line we'll write here div dot remove child, and we'll write here event dot target dot, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now in the next line we are going to close this bracket and we are going to start writing here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains add amount. Then what we are going to do is we are going to use the id variable again. We are going to write here let id is equal to event dot target dot dataset dot id. Let item is equals to cart dot find. We'll pass item here and we'll use the arrow function. So we'll write here item dot id triple equals to id. Fine. Then we'll write here item dot amount plus plus. So we are going to increase the amount of items. Then what we are going to do is we are going to write here storage dot save cart and we are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values cart. We'll write here event dot target dot next element sibling dot inner html is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we are going to use another else if here. So we'll write here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains reduce amount. So we are going to change the number of products in our cart. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to event dot dataset event dot target dot dataset dot id. Fine. And item will be let item is equals to cart dot find item item dot id triple equals to id. If we are again going to use an if statement, so we'll write here item dot amount is greater than 1. If the number of items is greater than 1, then item dot amount minus minus, and store it inside the cart. So we are going to write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here this dot set cart values, and we'll again pass cart here. In the next line we'll write here event dot target dot previous element sibling dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount and finally we'll write here else, and inside the else what we'll do is we'll write here this dot remove item, and we'll pass the id here. We'll write here let div is equals to event dot target. We are basically targeting the events. We are creating conditions for certain different events, like when the user increases the number of products and the user decreases the number of products, and if the user removes the product from the cart. So we are writing the code for that. So we'll write here event dot target dot parent element, and we'll write here parent element again for 4 times. Fine. We'll write here div dot remove child, and inside this we'll write event dot target dot parent element for 4 times again. It will check each parent element. So here we are done with it. Next up, we have to create 2 functions for add amount and for reduce amount. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here add amount, and we'll write here const add button is equals to document dot query selector all. Inside this we'll pass dot add amount. Fine. We'll write here add button dot for each, and we'll write here inside this button dot add event listener, and we'll add an event over here. We'll write here click comma event, we'll pass event here, and then we'll write here like this let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, and we'll pass item over here. We'll write here again arrow function, and inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here item dot amount plus plus storage dot save cart. We are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values. We are again going to set the cart values, and we'll again use amount UI, a new variable, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot children. Fine. So we are targeting the parent element along with the children. So we'll write here amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. So we have forgot to mention here if item dot id is equals to id, then do it. Fine. Now we are going to do the same thing for reduce amount as well. So we'll write here reduce amount, and inside this we'll write const reduce button is equals to document dot query selector all, and we are going to pass here dot reduce amount. Fine. We'll write here reduce button dot for each, and then we'll pass button over here, and we'll use the arrow function again. Finally we'll write here button dot add event listener, click event, let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, we'll map it to cart, and we'll write here item then again we'll write here if item dot id triple equals to id, then we'll write here item amount minus minus, so we'll write here item dot amount minus minus, and if item dot amount is greater than 0, then what it will do, it will store it inside the local storage. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll write here cart, then we'll write this dot set cart values cart const amount UI is equals to event dot current target dot parent element dot children, amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Again we'll write here else what will happen, we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element. So here instead of parent element we'll write remove child, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot parent element. Fine. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass ID here. We are done with this part as well. Next up we have to clear the cart. So for that we'll write here clear cart. We'll again do something for that. We'll write here let cart item is equals cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item implies item dot ID cart item dot. We'll again use the for each loop here. We'll write here this, then we'll provide ID here, and we'll write here this dot remove item. We'll pass the ID over here. Then we'll write here const cart product. We'll create a new variable here. We'll write here document dot query selector all, and we'll write here dot cart product. We'll write here cart product dot for each item. What we are going to do is we are going to create an arrow function here, and we are going to write here if item is true, if item is there, then item dot parent element dot remove child will remove the item. Now we have to remove the item, so for that we'll write here remove item, and we'll pass ID to that item. We'll write here cart, will update the value of cart as cart dot filter. We'll write here item, and then we'll write here item dot ID not equals to ID this dot set cart values, and we'll update the cart then. Similarly we'll again write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here let button is equals to this dot get single button. We'll write here ID, and we'll change the button style. We'll write here button dot style dot pointer events is equals to unset. Then we'll write here button dot inner HTML is equals to backtick. I class will be far cart plus. We are going to close the I tag here, and we'll write here add to cart. Fine. Next up we'll write here get single button. We'll pass ID over here, and we'll write the code for here. We'll write here let btn, then we'll write here buttons DOM dot for each button. What it will do is we'll check if button dot dataset dot id is equals to id, then btn equals to button. Fine. Here we'll return button. Now save it. Save this program. Go to browser. And this is our website. Go to browser. And you can see nothing is visible till now. We have to write a little more code to make everything visible here. Now we have to store the data in local storage so that on refreshing the web page, we don't lose the data. So what we'll do is we'll go back to a JavaScript file and we'll write here class storage equals to static save products. We'll pass products here. Then we'll open curly braces and we'll write here local storage dot set item, and inside this we'll write products dot comma json dot stringify products. Fine, we are parsing the products from our JSON file now. Next up, we'll write here static get storage products. We'll pass the ID here and we'll write here let products is equals to JSON dot parse local storage dot get item, and we'll pass products here. Fine, in the next line we'll write return products dot find. We'll write here item dot id is equals to id. Fine. Next up, we'll again write here static save cart. Now we are saving the products in our cart, so we'll write here local storage dot set item. Inside here we'll pass cart, and here we'll write JSON dot stringify, and we'll pass cart over here. Next up, we'll write here static get cart. We are getting the items from the cart. We'll write here return local storage dot get item cart. Here we'll write question mark. We'll parse the JSON file here. We'll write here JSON dot parse local storage dot get item from the cart. Fine. Here we have to put a square bracket, a pair of square brackets. And lastly, we have to write a few lines of code. So we'll write here document dot add event listener, and we'll write here DOM content loaded. So we are adding one more event to our JavaScript file, which is the DOM content loaded. So we have to write here DOM content loaded, and here we have to write inside the function const products is equals to new product, and we'll write here const UI is equals to new UI. Now we have to show cart from local storage, so we'll write here UI dot setup app, and we'll write here products dot get product dot then, and inside this we'll write products equal implies this UI dot display products. We'll write here products storage dot save products, and we'll pass products here as well. Fine, we'll write here dot then. We are using promises, so here we'll write UI dot get buttons and UI dot cart logic. Fine. Now the JavaScript part is done. We have used JSON here to make our web page more responsive towards several aspects. Apart from that, we have used JSON for adding products to our website as well. Now we are left with one more task only. Let's do it, and then we'll see the final outcome of this extended code. So we'll move to the CSS file and we'll start starting the products part. Let's try if it's working or not. Let's save this piece of code and go to browser, click on shop now, and it's not working, we can see. Okay, it says it's failed to load the resource. Refresh it, and you can see now it's working totally fine. We have all our product images over here. We have all of our products. We can add them to cart, and we can use the cart as well. So the last thing we have to do is to use products now. Now we have to style those products. So for that, we'll move to our CSS file. So here's our CSS file, and inside this we have to write here. So we have put a comment over there when we were not here. So we have to style the products over here. So for that, we'll write here dot section2 dot title, and text align at the center. Then we'll write here section2 dot title h1. The font size is going to be 1.8 em. The margin is going to be 1.3 em. Then we have to write the code for products here. So we'll write here dot product, and inside this we'll write margin as 0.5 em. We have to write here margin. We'll write here 0.5 em, and auto max width is going to be 1300 pixels. Display is going to be grid column is going to be, so here it is going to be grid column gap, and it is going to be 2 em. Then we'll write here grid row gap, and grid row gap is going to be 2m as well. Then we'll write here grid template columns, and we'll write here repeat. We are going to create a grid for our products, right? So we'll write here auto fit comma min max. We'll write here 350 pixels and 1 fra. Fine. Next up, we'll write here dot product card, and now we are going to write here text align as center, position as relative, max width of the grid is going to be 350 pixels, and the overflow is going to be hidden. Next up, we'll write here product card image. We'll write here height as 300 pixels, width as 300 pixels, and transition as 0.3 seconds linear. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for product name and product pricing. So we'll write here product name comma product pricing. Margin for them is going to be 0.3m. We'll write here dot product pricing, and the color of the product pricing is going to be the one we have been using till now. So we'll write here F09D51. Then we have to write the code for add to cart button. So we'll write here add to cart. We'll write here align items to the center, justify the content to the center, and color is going to be white. Padding is going to be 0.2m and 1m. Fine. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Background is going to be the same, F9D51. Position is going to be absolute. Right is going to be 0. Transform is going to be translate along the x-axis to 100%. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. You have to put a comma here. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. Transition is going to be 0.3 seconds again, and linear. Cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. Then we have to write few more lines. So we'll write here product card. We'll write here hover, and we'll add to cart here. So we'll write here transform translate x 0%. We'll write here product card. On hovering over the image, so we'll write here hover img. Opacity will change to 0.7. Let's try it, and finally we'll write here dot add to cart. Hover. And here we'll write color as black. Fine, we are done with it. We have styled the products as well. We are now done with the website. Save it, move on to the browser, and let's face the truth now. So you can see it's not working as of now. Refresh the web page and the products looks really big now. What we have to do is we have to move over here and we have to see what's wrong over here. This was a mistake and it's done. Let me see what's wrong. Something is not right here. Everything seems fine, but we have to search for the error. So if we see here, max width is fine, the max width for product is fine. Let's try to do this thing. We'll write here this, save it now, and I know that this is the error we did. So such small errors sometimes cost us way more. Go to the browser and you can see our website is fine now. Try adding the products to the cart. You can see the products are in the cart. We can increase the number of products. The total is increasing with that. And it's working totally fine. Click on the clear cart button and it's not working. Click on the proceed button and it clears the cart. A simple solution for this, go to the HTML file, write clear cart over here and proceed over here. Save it, move to the browser, try adding products to the cart, go to the cart, increase the numbers, everything is fine, proceed, it's not working, clear cart, and the cart is clear. Now that we have done so many things on the website, here's a task for you guys. We have left the proceed button inside the cart with no functionality. We did it with purpose. I want you guys to do something creative with it. You can take the user further to the login or sign up page, and you can use regular expressions to validate the form. Upon successful validation, you can further take the user to the payment page. I want you guys to do that part and let us know in the comments below if you are facing any problems or if you have any doubts.
So that wraps up for today's session on JavaScript. We hope you had a lot to learn and will be on the lookout for any suggestion or doubts in the comment section below. So if you have any queries, you know what to do. Hope to catch you guys again with some tutorials on some more programming languages. Thank you so much for being here today. Stay tuned to SimpliCode and keep coding.